And welcome here to Dover, Delaware for tonight's running of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 500 here from beautiful Dover International Speedway. We're in Dover, Delaware, presented tonight by NuffWORLD TV. I'm joined up here in the booth tonight with Mr. Kevin Kelly, and also back here behind the booth, bringing you all the shots and coverage here tonight, our producer, Mr. Stephen Mahana. I'm Douglas Sargent, and there's been a lot of changes and a lot of jumps going on in the points so far this year, Kevin, as we enter third race of the chase here. What kind of stuff are you looking forward to here tonight in tonight's race?
Well, I tell you, with the Dover track here being concrete, throws lots of challenges to the drivers on the tires, chassis, everything. This place will chew you up, as you know, Doug. They don't call it the Monster Mile for nothing, and I think this could be a very pivotal race here in the chase.
Yeah, looking at some of the stats here for tonight's race, some of the guys, we've usually got a lot of winners at a lot of different tracks, but I tell you, the man seems to be here at Dover is Mr. Dale Reynolds in that number 27 machine over there for EPR. He's ran here, has 8 starts here at Dover, and so far 5 wins in those 8 starts. That's impressive, and being on team with Mr. Reynolds there, Kevin, what kind of have you talked to him about his strategies for out here tonight?
Dale it's amazing. Him and I usually drive pretty similar setups throughout the season, and this was one track that I never, even though I've got a win here myself, it was with a totally different setup. And his car, he goes with the approach of drivability versus speed. And there's something, you know how it is when a driver just latches onto a place. He can't even really explain himself. He just gets in so smoothly, gets out of the corners so smoothly, and he gets in rhythm. And this is a rhythm racetrack. I mean, as you know, Doug, you're going down into turn 1, and you're literally being launched back up out of turn 2, and everything seems to, the springs seem to uncoil and everything else. And you got to have a feel for it, and he's just in the zone with this track for some reason.
Yeah, he's definitely got it down, that's for sure. 5 wins and 8 races being here, and like I said, chase race number 3. He's got a big hole to dig out of too, Kevin, after missing Chicagoland, that first race of the chase. It's running back there in 10th place, I think it is, in points. So, he's definitely got some got some ground to make up out here tonight too. So this is going to be a pivotal track, like you said, for him.
Yeah, and he missed the first race of the season. He comes the first race he comes in and finishes second, I believe, last week, and now he's coming to a track that he loves racing at, very familiar. But as a growing theme that I see this week, Doug, it's been every week, and this place especially will get you, is pit road. I can't help but think that we're going to have some miscue here on pit road that just might cost somebody a win tonight.
Yeah, that's a definite there, Kevin. This is a very narrow pit road, and you come up on it real quick when you're coming up out of turn 4. I know, looking back to Thursday night's race there in the Pure Sim Series, Ben Bando, who was leading the race at the time, and got in there and just got in a little too hot, couldn't get his thing slowed down fast enough, went right into those water barrels right there at the end of at the beginning of pit lane, and took himself out, blew an engine. So pit lane is definitely going to be a pivotal point tonight. And you talk about how Dale Reynolds is, we talk about him, how he's digging himself out of a hole right now. I tell you, another guy who's just having a horrible chase so far and just hasn't been working out well for him is at the 08 of Christian Vasquez. He fell 5 spots after last week's issues, with the engine and such. He's running currently in 14th in points, so that's another young man who we looked for a lot of things as we came into the chase here from, but so far the chase, really hasn't been all that nice to him.
Yeah, and this track can be one of those tracks where you're like, oh man, I'm really looking forward to coming here because I need to turn things around, or you're coming in on fire and you can build serious momentum and try to gain a lot of points here. Another car that we saw that's been struggling of late is the 32. He's just not had the finishing results that he wants, and basically this is your 3rd race coming into the chase, and Justin Barden, this is where I think he's got to say, this is where it stops, the bleeding stops, for say, we got to turn this thing around, and we got to dig. I mean, there's a couple other guys out there, too, that need this race bad, but as you know, Doug, when you say race 3 and you sit there and you're like, oh, man, we come out of here, we got 7 opportunities, left to better ourselves here. There's not a lot left after this. You need to go forward from here on out.
Yes, and speaking of going forward, Kevin, one of the guys who's been able to, after last week, really kind of dig himself out of the hole after a bad Chicagoland race there was that driver of the 03, Bruce Turner, had a good race last week, was able to keep that car under him, moved up 3 spots. He was the top gainer last week in as far as the point position goes. So, our defending champion from last year, he's got to be able to use that momentum tonight and continue pushing that thing forward, towards the front of the leaderboards tonight. You got to definitely look for him to do something, being as last year's champ.
Well, the thing is, the other factors that you have to throw in here too is the other drivers that didn't make the chase. They're going to go out here and they're just not going to roll over and let these guys go. They want to get a win too. But when you look at, like you said, the 03 comes in here and he turned his season around too. Maybe it's time for him to shine too. I mean, he's last year's, well, I should say, our until we get crowned another one. He is our reigning champion. So, maybe it's where he turns his season around here and go. But, we can't go that far, Doug, without talking about the guys that, have basically dominated the chase so far, and that's the 3 car of Louis Bussler and the 33 of Ben Bando.
Yeah, definitely can't go far from those two. Those two have pretty much not only dominated just the chase season so far, in the first 2 races, but those guys have just been, they've been on a roll all year long. I think between the 2 of them, they got 15 wins so far this year out of the 28 races we've been in. So, I mean, those 2 are definitely on a roll and definitely got those cars hooked up each way. And typically, like we talked about last week, if you see one, you'll see the other right there. They pretty much play 1-2 game about all night. And, in my estimation, with both of those being in the top of the leaderboard right now, Bando and Bussa both, Bando trailing Louis Bussa right now by 5 points. If you want to win the championship, those are the 2 you really have to go after.
That's it. And, another driver, the number 34 of Ben Britton, we haven't talked a whole lot about him. I mean, he's just been quietly lurking, sitting right there, just trying to top 5 and top 10 them to death, waiting for those guys to slip up. So, at this point in the chase, you've got, like I said, everybody is not out of it by any means, but this is definitely the track that you got to look forward to turn that season around.
Yeah, that's just like I talked about there earlier with Thursday night's Pure Sim. Louis Bussa, not Louis Bussa, but Ben Bando, leading the race right there, gets into the barrels coming into pit road, takes his car out, and guys were able to make up a lot of points. And look, on the Pure Sim over there now, Dale Reynolds has moved up to within 2 points now, picking up 15 valuable points on Thursday night. So, if Bando were to have that exact same thing happen out here to him tonight with the amount of drivers we have, and it happened early in the race, he could pretty much lose that second place position there to Ben Britton if he has a good race. So, yeah, it's definitely not over, and it's just kind of just starting to gear up now, so to speak. But go ahead, Kevin.
Well, Doug, and what I wanted to say too is people ask a lot. It's like, if you're the leader or you're the guy just right there nipping at the heels on the guy, and you're in second place. Some people say, well, if you're the leader, you got to race conservatively. You've got to, not take risk and all that. I think you're at more risk of actually taking it easy and not taking risk than you are going out there. I mean, the last thing that you want to do is go out there and run, 85, 90% and lose your focus a little bit and take that away from you. And then next thing you know, you're behind the 8 ball and you're in a wreck and you're losing, 3 or 4 spots. I mean, some of the people question, oh, well, they're taking gambles and this and that. I'm the firm believer that you got to do what got you here, and you ran hard all year to get here, and that's where you got to finish it out.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to Kevin, who quote many years ago, Rusty Wallace himself even said, is once you get in there and you're in those final, races of the year, just like you said, you got to go with what's brought you there all year. And if you're the guy that's been running 80-90%, then that's what you're used to. But if you're the one up there and you're trying to lead laps and you're trying to run, and like Rusty said, you got to continue to go out there and you got to drive that car like you stole it and drive like your hair's on fire all at the same time.
Yeah, you can't lay down. To me, when you get out of your comfort zone and you start doing things that you normally don't do, that's when you ask for trouble. In this track here, I mean, people say, oh, well, how bad is Dover? Ask Joey Logano about 3 years ago when he did like 3 or 4 tumbles end over end down in turn 3 and 4. You know, this track may not look fast on TV, but folks, I'm going to tell you something. He hauls the mail. You're going about 170 miles an hour down in the turn 1 on concrete. And concrete, you know, it's very sensitive to temperature. It's not like asphalt. It actually will run a lot cooler. And I'll tell you, you lose the grip coming out of 2 or 3 here, and you're going for a ride.
Yeah, you said it right there, Kevin. I mean, this track, it may only be a 1 mile track, but I mean, you get the speeds out of this 1 mile track that you would get out of a, 1.5 mile track, such as maybe Kansas. You know, you get about the same speeds out of this, and it really throws you for a loop if you ain't getting on it and getting off of it just right, so to speak, getting into 3, 4, or even 1 and 2. The way that thing dips with that 24-degree banking, you can, just like you said earlier in the show, you can be shot out of turn 2 completely, or turn 4 for that matter. As you start down the long straight stretches, you can be shot out of there, and it's almost like coming out of cannon. If you ain't got the car under you at that point, it's not hard to get up there and find that wall. And if you bounce off the outside wall, there ain't nothing on the inside but another wall to bounce off of there too. So, we're kind of looking for that tonight too, because it's, like I said, it's a narrow track and can cause a lot of havoc.
Yeah, and you got to be really on your toes. Your spider's got to be on his toes, and you got to be looking ahead of you all the time, because Dover is a self-cleaning racetrack, and if it happens in the middle of the top, those cars are coming back down. Even if they're holding the brake, they're going to be coming down. So you've got to, it's one of those tracks, Doug, once you're committed to a certain spot on that track and trying to get around that wreck car, you got to go with it, because there is no changing. And as we've seen before, we've had some pretty big wrecks here. The track closes up and there's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, you get a couple of cars sideways on this track, there really ain't nowhere to go, which, kind of leads into some of the keys to tonight's race, Kevin, is one of them being, of course, qualifying. Important key tonight is going to be how they qualify, because, like we said earlier, it's a fast, narrow track, and it's hard to pass on. You can make passes on this track, but it does take some time to make a move to someone. You got to set them up. You can't just come rolling in there quickly and just make a move out of nowhere. It's a 400-lap race, so at the same time, you can't tear up your car while you're trying to get up there to the front. So you got to try to take care of that car at the same time while running a blistering pace. So, the better track position you have, whether it be, after a pit stop or, right here in qualifying even, track position is going to be a key factor here tonight on how these guys get on and off pit road and where they qualify at, Kevin.
Yeah, and the other major thing with that, which, it seems like every track we go to, we preach this, but this is one place where you can kind of get away with taking the 4 tires. If you take care of your tires to a run and you go out there and run, 15, 20 laps, and a quick caution comes out and you can come in, you can get away with taking rights here. Now, that's if you have the right balance in your car. Obviously, taking just rights here, and if you've been bad handling all night, it's not going to help you. But as I look, through the race, the progression of the race going on, that's going to be one of those strategies that's going to be really looked at, right sides, no tires, 1 can of fuel, whatever, just to stay out there. And it's like you said, track position is everything.
Yeah, and like you said, you kind of hit on too right there, and a couple more key strategies that these guys have definitely got to keep in mind tonight. That tire strategy and the fuel economy at the same time, you're rolling the dice sometimes if you come in and take that 2-tire stop. Yeah, you may lose a couple positions on pit road, by taking 4 tires, but according to when you're getting in, how much time you got on those 4 tires, you may see some guys tonight taking 2, but, if we go for long green flag runs, that 2-tire stop and 2-tire strategy, I just don't think it's going to work out at all. And then another thing that you talked about right there, it's a fast, oval track, and if you've got to stop under green and you miscalculate your fuel mileage, you'll go down a minimum of at least 1 lap, sometimes 2, if you're off on that fuel mileage. And you may see some guys out here trying to run the fuel mileage race between those greens for a long time tonight, and miscalculation on that fuel strategy could really pay off, come and bite you in the butt too later on.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too, talking about fuel strategy, to me, pit road is going to be such a big player on this race, because honestly, this is one of the hardest pit roads to get on and off of, on the circuit. And a lot of drivers fear this place because, as it is, Doug, you come in, way down on speed. I believe it's either 35 or 45 miles an hour, but you typically will go down a lap and a half just under a regular fuel stop, for tires and fuel. If you get a penalty, or have a miscue getting on, you could find yourself 3, maybe even 4 laps down, and that's pretty hard to get back here.
Yeah, that it is. And you hear a lot of guys talk about that pit road speed limit. It's 35 here at Dover, the same as it is at places like Bristol and Martinsville. And the big difference, though, is Bristol and Martinsville, you're not running the speeds that you're going to get up here in, up here at Dover. So, you coming in there, you've gotten used to running 170, 175, out there heading down them backstretch, and you're still running about 140 or to 135 to 140 through the corners, and you got to come off that corner down to the inside, come off that banking onto the flat surface, and get that car slowed down to 35 miles an hour. You'll see that be a real challenge for these drivers here tonight. As I'm seeing some guys are already, starting to practice that strategy out there, Kevin, during this happy hour, and some are having a little trouble with it already.
Yeah, it's a fine line. I mean, you've got to get that brake bias just right. You don't want to have too much rear tire into it, rear braking tire, I should say, because that'll spin you out. You get too much, as you know, Doug, you lock up the right front. And if you were on a two-tire stop strategy, that goes out the window because you just flat-spotted both fronts. So pit road, I believe tonight is going to be one of the major players here tonight. I know the track changing, temperature change is one, but I just got to think that getting on and off of pit road is going to be another. In the spring race, we saw multiple cars, 7 or 8 cars, within a fuel window, miss the pits, have to go around, get speeding penalties, have to come in, and it really shook up the finishing order on that one. So I expect the same thing here tonight.
Yeah, and then, one of the other things to think about, too, with pit strategies, is a lot of times you see these guys come in here, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and the guy in front of you locks it up and starts to get sideways and such. You're not going to try to get down pit road with him already there, so you've got to make that right-hand turn, miss the barrels coming into pit road right there, Kevin, and try to get back up to speed, and that's going to throw off a lot of guys' pit strategy. I would suggest here tonight that we'll see, that happen quite often, to be honest.
Yeah, and pit road is going to be, I think, the biggest factor in this race. The other one, I think, Doug, and it's just a product of hard racing, is lap traffic. You've got to know how to negotiate it really good here. You've got to have some cooperation. And if you don't, you've got to find a way to get around that guy without losing positions and wrecking yourself out. So, this place is, it's primarily a 2-groove racetrack, but we have seen guys 3 and 4 wide here trying to get by lap traffic.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see, too. We start getting some guys, 2, 3 wide here, especially up on that high side, because there's really not a lot of grip up there on that high side once you get in that 3rd groove. So, but tell you what, fans, we're going to take a step away here. Let's get through the national anthem and get the guy command to fire engines and such going on here at Dover. So we get back, we'll be back here after the national anthem, and we'll be back with a grid and start getting things kicked off here tonight at Dover, Delaware.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming,
And welcome back live here to Dover, Delaware at the Dover International Speedway for tonight's running of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 here, presented by NuffWORLD TV. We got the guys down here. We're getting ready to get the command to fire engines here in just a moment. So all the action's about to kick off down here. So look forward to a lot of racing going on here tonight as these guys, you see all the cars there in the garage, you know, getting ready to get up on the grid. So it's going to be some interesting racing, I think, tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be really good to see these guys get these things fired up, man, and go. They've been practicing all week long, and they're ready to go.
Next, let's take you through the starting grid here tonight. Starting out on pole, tonight's pole sitter and the TV Creative Design Pole Award winner will be Louis Bussa in that number 3 machine. Starting out in the second place position will be the 33 of Ben Bando. Starting in third position, right behind Louis Bussa, will be the number 27 of Dale Reynolds. Starting fourth will be the 16 of Brian Lee. And rounding out the top 5 will be the 04 of Justin McLucas. In sixth position, we got the number 15 of Darren Benz, followed behind by the 7th place position of the number 4 of Dennis Wright. In eighth, we got the number 7 of Howard Wilkins. In ninth place, we have Dwayne Hall in the 55, and alongside him and rounding out the top 10, the 23 of Frankie Samanto.
All right, position 11, we got the 25 of Todd Layton. P12, got the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. P13, the number 99 of Dom LaRusso. P14, the 78, Chris Milton. P15, 26 car of Kevin Buchanan. 16th, we got the 54 of Charles Chapman. P17, the number 34 of Ben Britton. P18, the number 28, Dennis Jenkins. Got the 19th position here, number 51, Jay Carterall. And rounding out the top 20, number 88 of Ed Wilson.
Following Ed Wilson, in 21st position will be the number 8 of Christian Vasquez. In 22nd position will be the number 12 of Jerry Hinkle. 23rd will be the 32 of Justin Barden. And 24th will be the 03 of Bruce Turner. The 25th position will be a new guy over here, DeMarco Starks, in that number 10 machine. 26th, we have the number 64 of John Lawler. 27th will be the 06, making his first start here in NuffWorld, Rob Partridge. 28th will be the number 41 of Steve Deo. Starting in 29th will be the number 68 of Danny Baker. And running out the top 30 will be the number 24 of Chuck Garcia.
Yeah, as we get ready to take the green flag here, a lot of nervous guys waiting for that tire pressures to come up, the cars to settle in, and you want to try and get a single file as soon as you can get here, because you don't want to be caught on the outside.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get caught on the outside, like we talked about a little bit there in, pre-race. You can run 2 grooves here, but you won't be able to run it for long, and you definitely don't want to try to go for 3 grooves, because that definitely does not normally work out for most folks. So we're going to try to see these guys. You're going to see them get single file. You'll see the pace car heading off, going down pit road. So we're going to be getting the green flag here in just a moment, Kevin.
That's it. And everybody's waiting. Chase race number 3, get ready to kick off here as we take the green flag, Doug.
Yeah, as we get the green flag, looks like Ben Bando's spun the tires pretty heavy up there on the outside. Allows the number 27 of Dale Reynolds and Louis Bussa to get away from him. So looks like the tires weren't ready to go there for that 33 machine of Bando. So unfortunate bad start, but Louis Bussa leaves them off heading into turn 3. And as they come off turn 4 here, looks like Bussa's going to open up a little bit of a lead there on the 27 of Dale Reynolds.
Yeah, and just as we said, they're pretty much single file right now. I got a few in the back that are scattered out. They want to get settled in, get a few laps on these tires, and see what they got for handling for the first pit stop.
Yeah, just like you said, most of these guys have single file already, Kevin, and you're going to see a lot of this racing right here tonight. As you see, most of these guys are already dropping down, jumping on that inside lane, so we're going to see a lot of guys down there tonight. We've got a couple of cars, looks like 2 wide back there, but looks like it's going to sort itself out pretty soon. The inside line seems to be the quick way to go around here. These tires are still trying to build up pressure and trying to build up some heat in them.
Yeah, and the worst thing is you're sitting there and you're waiting and you're waiting and waiting. And all of a sudden it's like a light switch. Tire pressures get up to where you've been running, all practice, and that's how you're waiting for that familiar feeling to get in to say, okay, now I can get out here and race. But you're pretty nervous those first 5 or 6 laps, just trying to get this thing settled in, get the temps up, and we should see the lap times increase as this little run here goes on.
Yeah, and I was noticing as we were kind of going through the starting grid there, Kevin, interesting scenario. I mean, guys, you know, you don't normally see back there a lot of times, but that's 31st place position of the 29 of Mr. Jeremy Enix there, driving in the 29 machine. But that car, he's already making some headway already. He's moved up to 26th position and currently working over our new rookie here of Rob Hardridge. But it looks like Jeremy's starting to come through the field pretty fast, and he's actually trying to make some of those passes there on the outside.
Yeah, and you know, he's just a little mess up that kept him out of the chase. He missed it just by a few points getting in. So, you know, he's coming in here with just a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, wanting to show these guys, it's like, hey, I was surprised. We see the 06 really get in the back of the 32 right there, racing with the 32 to 29 and the 06 right there. It was just 3 wide, Doug. Don't know if I'd have done it that easy, but the 32 gives and lets those guys go.
Yeah, it's that time of the race. You're the 32, you know, with the troubles we've had the last couple of weeks with the cars. You know, if you're putting that 3-wide position like that, the best thing he could do is just back out on that one, because he was in the worst end of that one, being up on the high side. You can kind of stick, like we talked about, 2 grooves there. Okay, you can kind of stick that. If you're the man up there in that 3rd groove on the outside, 3 wide, come off turn 4. Very smart move there by Barton in backing off, but those guys go.
Yeah, and you know, you got to wonder if they've missed the setup already. He's kind of dropping back. This is the kind of track where you have to get so aggressive with it that if you start laying back before you know it, within 20 laps, you'll be having the leader all over the back bumper of your car. So not sure if he's trying to take it easy right now or if he's missed the setup, but he's almost a half a lap down now, so it might be another long night for the 32.
Yeah, and I hate to see it happen to that young man from Richmond, as he had a real good season throughout the year, was able to keep that car clean and worked hard to get into the chase this year. But the chase definitely has not been a good thing for him so far. But you know, he's continuing to work.
Got a wreck in the back. Don't know, somebody got into the wall. Looks like they hit another car. Trying to see who that was. Looks like a red car coming off the corner. Man, what a vicious hit. The 03 has got trouble, Doug. He is headed for pit lane. Big time trouble.
Yeah, and we just discussed him too, Kevin, during the pre-race show there. He had a good run last week, was able to make up 3 positions. He was a big climber last week, you know, up in the points there. So looks like he's got a right front down and is just kind of stuck down there on that wall, you know, with that right front down. He's got no steering pretty much in that car, so now it's just kind of limp that thing all the way back to pit road if you can. But
yeah,
hearing
that the 03 blew it up, Doug. Heard that contact blew the motor up there, so wow.
Definitely a hard hit right there for that 03 machine of Bruce Turner, who that's definitely going to take away those 3 positions he worked for so hard to make up last week. You know, at this early point of the race going out like that, you can kind of kiss those 3 positions goodbye.
It's like we said, the monster claims another one there, Doug. This place is very unforgiving. You know, most tracks we go to, you can either spin that car out on purpose, you get in a corner like that, or this place, it's so touchy. You can go to correct the car from being loose and actually oversteer and snap that car loose. Not sure if or snap it back the other way against the wall. Not sure if that's what happened with him, but hard contact, and his night is over so early in the race.
Yeah, and that's the thing here too, Kevin. I mean, you can do that. You get a little sideways right there in that corner and slightest little bit of overcorrection. I mean, looking at the track, you can see it right there. But there ain't nowhere to go. You got a hard concrete wall on one side and a hard concrete wall on the other. And you know, if that thing gets away from you, and there's nothing but hard area to hit. There is no safer barrier on this track.
That's it. You know, jump back up here to the lead. It's pretty much the 3 cars not getting away from these guys. He's got about a good 7 or 8 car length advantage over second place, as they've pretty much stayed right in that order that they're in right now. But we got comers and goers all over here. It looks like the 08, he's made a lot of track positions up, I should say, coming through the field. This is one of those tracks, man, like you said, Doug. Starting position is everything. You got a really, really good car, then you can come up through this field, but you know, it's the unknowns. You know, the guy in front of me, you know, is he going to spin out or is he going to, you know, do whatever, and you're going to get caught in somebody else's mess. So me, I always like to come out here and try to get the best position I could and try to settle in.
And that's the thing you talk about too, Kevin. You know, a lot of these guys will take those cars and they will go right into 3 and 4. You know, letting off the gas, letting that thing get down in there. But in doing so, they try to save the brakes. You know, so their let-off point is a lot earlier than others, and you'll see some that kind of take it on full throttle all the way till they get to that corner and use the brakes to slow themselves down for that corner. So that's another thing that you know, as a driver out here, have got to keep in mind. You know, is where these guys want to be the let-off points, where they might brake at. So that's something that's always got to be in your mind too, especially when you get into tight pack racing. That's what we got here.
Yeah, and you know, the 3 car, he's maintaining. He's so disciplined. If you watch his corner, I mean, he's right down on the bottom of the racetrack, right where you want that car at, and nice exit coming off. So he's got that thing dialed in really good. You know, it's not that the other guys don't. You know, they're basically riding their line too. You know, it's just that he's hitting them corners and those exits just a little bit better than those guys and be able to maintain. You wouldn't think draft works here, but it does just a little bit, and it shows how dominant that car is right now because they can't catch him.
Yeah, he's definitely got a dominating car right now, and you know, as we got coming across here, these 20 laps, you know, he's definitely got a dominating car right now. He's pulled ahead to about roughly 7/10 of a second right now over Dale Reynolds, who's been able to maintain that second place position, you know, ever since we had the start there. And Bando was able to settle into third of that 33 machine, and they've been pretty much running pretty much about that order the entire time. No one's really made any moves up there. It looks like Dale does run a little bit higher line than what Bando does coming through the corners right there. But you know, like I said, you know, during pre-race, you know, it's one of those tracks that, as it looks like Reynolds slides up the hill a little bit and allows the 33, and 04 is going to follow along with him, and McLucas there. And, you know, going to be a change in position right there for that number 2 position, and Reynolds is going to fall back to 4th, it looks like, when he's able to get in.
Yeah, and you know, Doug, it's one of those things we preach every week. You know, it sounds like a broken record, but it's true. You got a guy that's behind you that's a little bit faster, and once he gets beside you, the worst thing you can do is sit there and race side by side, lap after lap. Now, if there's 20 to go, it's a different story. We're 20 laps into a 400-lap race. Dale Reynolds in the 27 car realizes, look, it's a long race to go. I'm not going to sit here. We've broken away just a little bit from these other guys. I'm going to settle in. I'm going to watch their line. I'm going to learn from them a little bit. And if I have to adjust my car to it, I will. A lot of racing left.
Yeah, and like we said, you know, during the pre-race, Dale Reynolds has won 5 of the 8 races that he's actually shown up here for. So, you know, he might know a little something about, you know, how to get around this track and when to be patient and when to be aggressive. So, you know, that's just one of those keys right there. You got to know when to push the car a little bit and when to fight with guys, and then when to just, you know, kind of let those guys go. And that was one of those cases, just like what we saw Dale do there. Pull a little high. He knew the guy was faster than him at that point. And, you know, he'd been working on trying to set that pass up for a few laps. So Reynolds just, you know, let him go rather than trying to race with him, and settles back down into the P4 position.
That's it. You know, in a car that we've been talking about a lot every week now, Doug, it's a 78 car. Chris Melton sitting there riding in 8th. Not sure. We'll have to look through the paperwork here and see where he started. But another solid run started right here at Dover. He's one of those ones, as we saw before, it took a little bit for his car to get going. But once it got going, it was a nice, long-run car. And we typically get nice, long green flag runs here. So he might start making his move up into the top 5 here real quick.
Yeah, Chris Melton's one of those rookies that came over here this year to NuffWorld and has really grown into his own, so to speak. You know, that young man came in here first few races. I remember when he ran here, you know, and he was kind of a quiet guy. You know, he was trying to, you know, kind of feel things out, see how everybody was, kind of gain a little bit of respect, earn some respect, and you know, he's been able to do just that. And Louis Bussa has been working with him quite a bit here the last, you know, 6-7 weeks, and it kind of shows, you know, in the way this young man is driving these cars now. And he's definitely going to be, you know, got this rookie season under his belt once he completes this year, you know, gets some time in the off season. Kind of reminds me of last year with a young Christian Vasquez, if you remember that, Kevin, of how Christian came in here and right the last parts of the year, you know, worked a little bit with Louis Bussa, that started coming into his own, and it's come out and won a few of the off-season races that we had, and then showed up real big at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, you know, the good thing about, well, I shouldn't say the good thing, the great thing about the VSU Cup is all the veterans over here, they welcome the rookies with open arms. You know, they might not necessarily be rookies in the true sense of rookies, but rookies to, you know, the VSU Cup. And those guys come over here, and a lot of them aren't used to running the 100% races that we do here at NuffWorld. And it takes a little bit getting used to. And, you know, these guys, they lean on these veterans a little bit, and they're willing to help. You know, they're not, well, you know, this is my setup, and I'm not going to do this. I mean, they're so open to helping guys and helping them, you know, just survive the race here and getting something under their feet, you know, get their feet wet and come over here and be real competitive. Like you said, Christian, last year, you know, won a race or two at the end of the season and ran really strong, and that was, you know, directly, you know, the result of him working with the 3-car there, you know, during the second half of the year. So, I mean, look for big things out of 78 too. I mean, he's really leaned on some of the veterans over here, and I think he's going to be a star next year.
Yeah, and as we've been sitting there talking, Kevin, I've noticed Dale Reynolds, that 27, kind of looks like he's maybe falling off just a little bit. May need some adjustments when they get in there and get that first pit stop under their belt. But, you know, looking a little in front of him there, Ben Bando, after he's been able to get around that 27, really hasn't been able to make any headway towards catching Lewis Bussa up there in that number 1 position, as Lewis continues to open that lead up just a little bit, and has currently worked it out to almost 9/10 of a second. But, you know, one slip up here at Dover can quickly reach that 1 second. But as you say, Kevin, you know, Lewis Bussa is one of those guys who, you know, very disciplined driver, and you're hearing talk that to a lot of these new rookies, you know, that are out here, and a lot of these other guys is about discipline and staying patient out here, and that's what has worked for Lewis and works well.
Well, you know, listen, we're talking about you know, guys that, you know, are new here and running here. The 04, Justin McLucas, you know, makes the races when he can. He's a part-time guy coming over here, and I mean, look at him, Doug. He's in here running third with these guys.
Yeah, so definitely no lack of talent out there. We got a lot of good veterans out there, and a lot of good rookies coming up through the ranks right now. So I'm looking forward to, you know, as this year progresses on over the next 7 races we got left, and also, you know, this off season when we get into the super speedways and moving into next year's speed weeks. I think a lot of these guys are going to continue to perfect what they've learned here throughout this season and come back next year in their second season. And I look for a lot of wins to come out of these guys who are rookies this year in next year's season.
That's it. They've got a taste of it over here, and obviously they're here to stay. And you know, they'll try to you know, Daytona's a crapshoot. That first race, I always say you got to throw that out the window when the season starts. But you know, right after that is when the real racing starts. And look for a lot of these guys to settle in, and we're going to see some new names up there with victories here, multiple victories at that, I think.
Yeah, and as we're talking there, Kevin, Chris Melton has been able to get around Wildrick and move that car up into the 6th place position right now. You know, so, you know, he's currently looking down at the back of Wayne Hall there in that 55 machine. So, you know, he continues on the march he's moving forward with right now. It's not going to be long till he's moving up there, you know, into that top 5, like you said earlier, you know, and we'll have a couple of good rookies up there fighting in that top 5 then at that point with Melton and Justin McLucas also. So, a couple of good rookies up there running right now in the top 6. So, you know, a lot of good talent out here and a lot of good racing. And these guys are, you know, and look, as you watch it here on TV, I mean, you know, this really doesn't look like it's all that hard of a track. It looks like you just, you know, a simple thing to do. But I'm telling you guys, for those of you watching at home, if you've never been out here and tried this, it's not as easy as these guys can make it look.
No, it's not. It's very demanding. You know, people say, oh, well, you know, you're just riding around in a circle. Trust me, it's a lot more than just riding around in a circle. And I'm sitting here watching Brian Lee in the number 16 back here in the 10th position. He just pulled over and let the 26 go of Kevin Buchanan. And he let the car in front of him, which is like the 15 of Darren Ben, go a couple laps before that. So I think that car it looks like it's getting tight. So look for wholesale changes on the 16. But you know something, Doug? Every race so far in this chase, we've counted this guy out, saying, oh, wait, he's been in a wreck, he's got a speeding penalty, he's done this, and he's proved us both wrong. He's come back and got a top 6 finish in both of those races, so you can never count this guy out.
Yeah, Brian has definitely, the chase has definitely been very trying on that 16 machine, and Brian Lee himself. You know, that guy, like you said, Kevin, has had, you know, some spin outs. He's had some, you know, pit road speeding violations. He's had a good rash of, you know, things that most people just hang their head and pretty much say, well, the day is done, so to speak. But Brian has hung right in there, played the Ironman game, so to speak, stayed out there, ran his lap, picked up positions, and still finds himself right in the thick of things when fighting for this, you know, fighting for this championship here over in NuffWORLD with VSU Cup Series. So you can definitely never count Brian Lee out. So he's definitely going to be there at the end, I think.
Now, you know, Carl, we were talking about early on, Doug, is, you know, he's very, very good here. The 29 of Jeremy Enoch, he was coming up through the pack, and now he's kind of stalled at 26. And I can't really tell by looking at the car what he's got going on unless he's just riding, but he's not making any more forward motion, that's for sure. He's kind of stuck right there in that 26 spot.
Yeah, kind of watched him there a little bit, Kevin, too. It looks like he's running about that second groove right now, so the car, it might be a little bit tight on him. He isn't able to get down on that bottom like he would prefer to. It looks like middle's right there. The car might be getting a little tight there towards in the middle, in the center of the corner, so he might be fighting a little bit of a tight issue right now and trying to, you know, conserve that right front tire rather than burning it up while that thing's tight and just kind of riding his time out here till pit stops come to get some changes made while he's down in the pit.
Yeah, as I'm looking back here, the 15th and 16th position, it's like the 8 car, Christian Vasquez, has fallen off just a little bit. You got the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. trying to run him back down. It looks like these cars are going in the opposite direction. It looks like the 8 has lost the handle a little bit. The 87 might be coming to him a little bit.
Yeah, I was listening to spotter radio there about 5 laps. I guess it wasn't so ago there, Kevin, and I told the Vasquez, ooh, looks like he got into the wall there. I was getting ready to say that 8 of Vasquez had, you know, got up into the wall there once, kind of brushed it a little bit, and that may have hurt his speed a little bit there, but looks like that car has really went to the tight side on him, especially on the exit of the corners. This pushed him way up the track on the exit. But Kevin Kelly in that 87 has been able to get around him.
Yeah, and we were just chatting with the 87's crew there, and they were saying that he is fighting a tight in and loose off. So they're going to be making some changes when they come in. Of course, a lot of these guys, as we know, we start on stickers here, and a lot of them probably thought that we were going to get an early caution and get a chance to put those scuffs on. A lot of these guys set their cars up for scuff. So, you know, a lot of them right now are just begging for a caution right now.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, that's an unfortunate condition for Kevin Kelly Jr. right there because, you know, you start getting tight in and you're loose off, you're going to start heating those tires up, and you really got to be careful when you're running like that, because you start getting in there too hot and you're already tight and the car starts sliding up the track. It's going to cause a lot of excessive heat in that right front tire, and then you start risking the danger, you know, of blowing out that right front. But then at the same time, you start coming off the corner. If that thing's loose out, you start heating up that right rear, which, you know, loosens it up even more and makes it harder to hold on to every lap. So then you risk spinning it coming up off the corner. So Junior definitely doing a good job right now of, you know, keeping that car underneath him and waiting, like you said, Kevin, so he can get in there and get some changes made to this car and get those scuff tires on.
Well, I tell you what, if that 3 car was built on a scuff platform, then everybody better look out, because as we know, we've been running scuff for these first few laps. We have somebody on pit road, not sure who that number of car was there, but that's an early pit stop for someone there. But the 3, man, if he's not dialed in, he's not happy with it, then we're all in trouble.
Yeah, I'm kind of noticing as we talk about the 3, it looks like that 33 right behind him there, Ben Bando, has been able to start pulling Louis Bussa back to him a little bit here during the last 10 laps or so, Kevin. So Bussa, you know, maybe taking it a little easy. Maybe those tires are starting to wear a little bit, but Bando, nevertheless, is starting to catch him as Louis Bussa is also starting to catch some lap traffic. So, you know, it's not going to be long till these leaders are starting to deal with some lap traffic, especially right there in front of them, that 68 of Danny Baker, it looks like, and then you got the 32 of Justin Barden, who we talked about a little bit earlier, young man out of Richmond, Virginia there. We were, you know, looking for better things, and his car definitely is not where he would want it to be that, you know, getting ready to be lapped at lap 55 here.
Well, you know, Doug, we called it. We said something was wrong with the 29 car, and he has pulled it behind the garage, and she is done for the night. So Jeremy obviously having some kind of suspension trouble or engine trouble with that car to park it for the night. But, you know, we called it. He was kind of stalled there in that 26th spot. He couldn't gain anymore, so there was definitely something up with that car.
Yeah, and as you were talking there, Kevin, very anxious moment right there. It looked like Ben Bando was trying to get under that 68 of Danny Baker, and it looks like he is very loose coming up off those corners, and about lost it coming out of 2 right in front of the second place car of Ben Bando, who had to check up for just a second to keep him from coming across the nose. But, you know, that 68 is looking really loose up off the corner there, Danny Baker, and very anxious moment there for just a split second on Ben Bando. Made the right decision, checked up for just a second, and now has gotten around him and moving forward once again.
Well, that's what we said. I mean, if you run up on someone, you know, before halfway in the fuel run, they've obviously missed the setup or had some kind of issues, you know, and that's the thing here. That's the factor. I mean, it looks so easy. Again, you know, it looks so easy on TV. Oh, I'm just going to pull up underneath of this guy and I'm going to pass him or whatever, and all of a sudden he loses it, and you've got to take evasive actions. Now, you know, Bando did, you know, the smart thing. He laid back, and he waited for that mess to clear up, and then got by it, you know, and saved his car to race another lap. But that's the thing here. They're lap cars. You know, depending on when you hit that, you know, that situation, you know, it's a mess.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking, the second little group has formed here, Kevin, as we've been watching this, but looks like Chris Melton has been able to finally move himself up into that top 5 position now. He's moved into 5th place, currently following that number 7 of Howard Wildrick. They were both able to get around while we've been talking and watching these other battles going on around the 27 of Dale Reynolds, and slipped back into 6th place position now. So I'm guessing that Dale might be getting a little bit to the tight side too, as his speed has started to slow a little bit over the last 15 laps or so. So I look to see some changes going on down there in that number 27 pit also when we get down into the pit lane.
Yeah, his car does not look very good. He's pretty good getting off the corner, but when he's getting in, right there in the center of the corner, you can see he's kind of giving up to the other cars. The 55 of Wayne Hall is running there right with him. So I'm sure that he probably thought that we were going to be, you know, having a caution and switching over to scuffs a lot sooner, but these guys are stuck with it.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, I'm sure, at this point figured we'd already had that first caution. You know, they had their chance to get those scuff tires on, which would loosen their cars up. So, you know, a lot of guys are looking to that. But we're going to step away here, fans, for a quick commercial break from Dover, Delaware. So we'll be back after these short commercial breaks with the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 live from Dover, Delaware. And welcome back here to Dover, Delaware, at Dover International Speedway for tonight's running of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 presented by NuffWORLD TV. Got myself, Douglas Sargent, up here in the booth calling the action tonight, joined by Kevin Kelly. And we got our producer back here in the back, Mr. Stephen Mahana, giving you all the wonderful shots you can see out here. So a lot of good racing been going on back here. We still got Louis Bussa out front right now, leading the way. Has pretty much led, Kevin, since green flag dropped.
Yeah, we're 68 laps into this thing, and I believe our fuel window is going to be around lap 80 to lap 90 or so. So this we're coming up on that part that we talked about, green flag pit stops, and this is going to be interesting when these guys come in, Doug.
Yes, definitely going to get interesting. So looks like the 48 of LaRusso heading down pit road there already. So I'm sorry, the 99 of Dominic LaRusso heading down pit road already. So you know, maybe coming in a little early, try to maybe short pit, get some tires under that car. We haven't talked about him much tonight, so, you know, definitely, you know, was running back there about mid-pack or so, so I think he's going to be trying to make some wholesale changes also coming in that early, Kevin.
Yeah, and, you know, some of these guys just might be coming in for the sheer fact that they don't want all that traffic we talked about on pit road. You know, they'd rather come in a few laps early and settle in that way and hope to get a quick caution or something and get back on the lead lap. Traffic on pit road, like we said, is just a nightmare. Not only do you have to worry about getting on to pit road, you got to worry about the traffic on pit road because it's so narrow. But the next 20 laps, we should start seeing some cars coming on pretty quick.
You know, Kevin, I'm kind of looking, too, way back here in 19th place. We got the 06 Rob Partridge, you know. That brand new guy over here to NuffWORLD, running his first race over here with the Nuff guys. And so far, I mean, he's worked his way, you know, stayed about mid-pack right there. He's got a good solid top 20 going on right now. So this young man out there definitely, as fast as he got the wall right in front of Partridge right there. But had to check up heavy. Looked like he may have had just a little contact there between the 06 and the 08, but you know, I was getting ready to say, that young man's out here, he's running his laps right now, kind of, you know, just getting a feel for everything. So he's doing exactly what he's got to do out there, maintaining the top 20, you know, and trying to earn the respect of these guys out here.
Yeah, and you know, someone that we really haven't talked about all night long, the 28 car, Dennis Jenkins, having a great run tonight, Doug, and the 17th spot in the number 28.
Yeah, Dennis is, he's one of those guys, though, too, Kevin. He's due for a good run. That guy has been on a good long streak so far of, you know, a lot of bad luck, and a lot of it none of his doing, unfortunately for him. He's been out there a great guy, you know, great to talk to, great to, you know, to watch race, but he has just had a rash of bad luck this year that just doesn't seem to go away.
Yeah, and, you know, this is one of those tracks, like we said. I mean, people come here, they love it or they hate it. You can't really find too many people that, you know, kind of neutral about it. But it's such a track that you have to get aggressive with it. If you just kind of try to ride around, you end up getting yourself in trouble. So you got to be pretty aggressive. So he's getting busy behind that steering wheel tonight. We see some more cars coming on the pit road. And I think they're trying to force the hand of the leader here, trying to get some fresh tires and maybe get him off of the track and on the pit road.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are going to be down there, you know, trying to get on the pit road. A lot of them probably have been wanting to get on the pit road, Kevin, for a few laps now because, you know, it looks like a lot of these guys have been getting, you know, extremely tight out there. And a few of them are starting to burn those tires up, you know, and you can kind of see it the way they're coming off the corners right there with those, you know, right rear is starting to kind of kick out a little bit on them. So definitely, you know, a lot of these guys trying to get on as early as they possibly can.
That's it. We look at the leaders here. We talked about lap traffic, Doug. There it was. That was very evident right there. The 33 has made up a lot of time on the 3. And these guys just don't want to roll over and go a lap down, man. They're trying to hold this guy back. So this is going to play right into 33's hands, I think.
Yeah, I was just watching there, Kevin, as we were talking about, you know, a lot of those guys heading down pit road and how pit road can be treacherous for you. You know, that's number 10 of DeMarco Starks. He came down pit road. Looked like he had a good, you know, entry into pit road. Not sure if it happened coming off or not, but, you know, wound up coming off the pit road and stayed on the bottom side. I thought something might have been wrong with the car. Stayed down on the apron the entire way around the track. Turns out he had a drive-through penalty for speeding on pit road. So, you know, that's going to be a tough break for DeMarco here tonight in that number 10 machine, and a lot of ground now he's going to have to make up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, you can be spot on the track and be running good and feel really good about your setup and what's going on, and all of a sudden you hit pit road, and now instead of, you know, coming back out in 14th or, you know, 15th position or something like that, you're coming out 2 or 3 laps down, and then that's when the panic sets in. You got to settle down and just race your race. You know, some guys just try to say, oh my God, I got a couple laps down, I got to run hard, and then get yourself in trouble. Get out of your comfort zone. So pit road again, like I said, I believe tonight that this is going to be the equalizer of this race tonight. And not only you got to worry about the track, you got to worry about pit road.
Yeah, no, you know, talking about the pits, if you're Lewis Bussa up there, you know, you're that lead guy who, you know, Bando is definitely closing up on him as Lewis has been dealing with lap traffic. But now that you see everybody hitting pit road, you know they're going to have faster tires than you, they're going to have better tires than you, and they're going to be a little bit quicker. But now you got to kind of, you know, start playing your own strategy of, do I stay out here until everyone else pits, and try to take advantage of a, you know, pit lane that doesn't have a whole lot of cars on it, or do I get out here and, you know, try to get tires to get on the equal footing with the rest of these guys? But, you know, there's always that mistake, especially with, you know, 3, 4, 5 cars at a time now. Looks like hitting down pit road, so you know you kind of got to make that decision if you're up there in that number 3 machine right now.
Yeah, just like monkey see, monkey do. Everybody sees everybody ducking off. I'm sure there's some guys sitting out there saying, "Well, give me a break here. Maybe some of these guys will get speeding penalties, or they'll, you know, spin out coming on the pit road or coming off the pit road." So the thing about this is you got to know when to come in and when to stay out. If you stay out too long here, there's people behind you get out clean with no penalties and no issues, then you're a sitting duck. You're going to start losing up to almost a half a second a lap. So you got to pretty much know when to come in and when to stay out.
Yeah, definitely. You got to definitely take care of that. As we see, looks like Dwayne Hall in that 55 machine, and also Steve Deo in the 41. Deo just getting completed with pit road service, and Dwayne Hall getting in. So, you know, a lot of these guys are definitely, like you said, monkey see, monkey do. We also see Dennis Wright right there on the right of our screen. You know, a lot of these guys are heading down pit road. They don't want to be the guy that's, you know, stuck out there with those old tires and such. And Kevin Buchanan, I'm thinking he may have got another penalty, Kevin, as he's rolling down pit road once again too. So that's at least the second time I've seen Buchanan heading down pit road. So definitely must have been definitely had to have been a speeding penalty, I would suggest.
That's it, and like I said, that's the equalizer here. You can do everything right on the track when it comes to pit road. We said it was going to be an equalizer, and it'll just ruin your night. Here we are, a good 86 laps in, no cautions yet, so this has got the look of green flag, long green flag runs written all over it, so you might never have a chance to get these back, Doug.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking as Lewis Bussa is still out there on the track, you know, and running that car. Looks like he's going to stick around out there on the track for quite some time. But if, you know, worst case scenario, caution were to fall right now, and Lewis Bussa is still out there the way they are, we only got 9 cars, Kevin, on the lead lap. So almost everyone, except for the top 9, have been down pit road, you know, to take advantage of those fresh tires. So if caution were to come out now, that could be the worst enemy for a lot of these guys, but yet the best thing could possibly happen for those top 8.
Yeah, and seeing the 25 come off the pit road right there. The 78 looks like he's got issues, or is he coming in the pit road, Doug? Looks like the 78 is coming in. The 25 just came off the pit road. He's coming in, so it looks like we've got another victim with a 25, Doug.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, Kevin. That's one of the things we talked about during that pre-race. You know, it's so tough to get slowed down to that 35 miles an hour, and then once you finally do, you know, trying to keep it at 35 without jumping on the gas, especially as you're coming out of that pit lane and, you know, you're losing positions. You're sitting there, your spotter's talking to you in your ear, talking about, oh, you just lost 10th, you just lost 11th, you're 12th, you're 13th. And you're hearing that go down in your head, and, you know, that right foot, it translates into push down on that throttle. And, you know, you get on it too early, it's real easy to get a speeding penalty here at Dover.
Yeah, we've seen like 3 or 4 cars now that have been contenders right there inside the top 10 since we started getting busted with these penalties. You know, they probably went a lap to a lap and a half down on the regular pit stop, and now you're adding just more. You know, some of these guys now are 2, 3 laps down. Looking at the leaderboard right now, that's not good. You're looking at the 25 car. He was running 11th when he came in. He is 3 laps down at 25th because of that pit miscue, Doug.
Yeah, and as we look back up front here, Kevin, we talk about all this lap traffic. We talk about cars getting on the pit road, cars getting off of pit road. That has really played into the advantage of Ben Bando in that number 33, as he's closed right up on the rear bumper now of Louis Busta, and looks like he's trying to set him up to possibly make a pass here soon, to take over that number 1 position and start getting some laps led himself.
Yeah, and the 33 is just sitting there waiting to pounce. Could be one of those deals too where he's like, well, you know what? I'm sitting here running with you. When you come into pits, I'm going to come into pits. It's going to be really interesting to watch when these guys come in. These two cars have been probably the two dominant cars of this race so far in the first 90 laps. But like we said, pit road can blow all that away. So very interesting to see what happens here when these two pit.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another interesting one out there. We talked about he would probably try to make an earlier pit stop. Is that 27 of Dale Reynolds? He's still out there on the track, currently about 8 seconds behind the leaders. But looks like he's kind of gutting it out too, just waiting to see when the leaders head down pit road so he doesn't lose that lap to the leaders. As you see Bando looking underneath of Louis Busta right there, but he's got Brian Lee right alongside of him. So a lot of these guys with those fresh tires, you can kind of see right there what a difference it is having those fresh tires as they just blast by the leaders.
Yeah, look at the difference in those tires. I mean, you're talking upwards of a half a second a lap, and you're sitting there, and you got to be patient. You can't sit there and pay attention to that. If I'm the free car, I'm just trying to block that out. But as a racer, it's kind of hard when you see a car sitting there passing you on the outside, and you think you're dialed in and you're flying. As we see the 06 here with fresh tires coming up on these guys too. You just gotta stay disciplined. And we see the 55 coming up on these guys too, but they're about to that point to where I think they're trying to get to a certain window for fuel, but you don't want to throw the race out the window, because if you wait and you come in too late, then you're going to be trying to make up all that track position. Before you know it, that's going to bite you, and you'll be doing that all night.
Yeah, and that falls into one of the things we talked about too earlier, Kevin, during the pre-roast. That whole fuel strategy window and your fuel mileage. These guys are trying to stretch their fuel mileage, which I had heard before the race started. About 80 to 90 laps would be about the normal green flag. But we see these leakers out here 98 laps completed coming up. And they're still out here and still running some pretty decent times. Although these fresh tires are just running away from these guys, but these guys are definitely running beyond what we thought they would as far as, a fuel mileage window.
Yeah, and these new tires, these old tires, are creating some very interesting passes and around this track. You've got cars with 4 tires on them and cars that have stayed out the whole. And man, it's crazy. It's just creating for some really tight racing right now.
Yeah, and it looks like one of those cars that may have stayed out there a little too long trying to, stay on that leader strategy was that 88 of Ed Wilson, as we saw Louis Busta going by, was up into the wall with that blown-out right front tire. So that's going to cost Ed, some damage time on pit road, as well as trying to limp that thing around the pit road. So unfortunate incident for that number 88 of Ed Wilson there, who, as we see on the right-hand side of the screen, is, getting down pit road now. So definitely not the way Ed was looking for things to go tonight.
No, and he's lucky he got that thing to pit road. Usually when you blow a right front tire here, you can't turn it, and you end up driving right by the pit road entrance. So good thing that he got it on pit road. Looks like he's taking it easy. Don't want to get a speeding penalty here coming off. And I tell you, the difference in tires is just, it's staggering, because I'm sitting here looking at some of the lap times, and these guys are running almost a full second faster with 4 tires than the guys that stayed out. And they're catching these guys in some really wild places on the racetrack.
Yeah, they definitely, some of these we're seeing happen is, look at the leader there, Kevin Kelly Jr. just going down a lap there. It looks like the 24 Garcia may have spun it getting down on the pit road if I'm hearing correct there, Kevin.
Yeah, you've got so many different pit strategies. Out of 27 is on pit road. It looks like everybody's pretty much getting the hint now that they need to get on pit road, because those old tires just ain't working.
Yeah, it looks like most of these guys, that's like you said, the 24, the 27, looks like the 08 there, for a moment, I couldn't tell if that for sure was his car, but it looks like he's also down on pit road. So, you know, a lot of these guys are heading in, and, you know, they've tried to stay out there. They've tried to stick to the strategy of what Louis Bussa and Ben Bando are doing right now for as long as they possibly can, you know, but they finally got there. And it looks like the Chapman, that 54, lost it right there, too, getting down on the pit road. We got a caution out on the speedway there. Not sure. That might have been for Chapman. I'm not really for sure what happened there.
Yeah, looking here, we got the 87 stuck on pit road with that caution. That's not what he wanted to see.
I'll tell you, the only two that probably could have benefited from that right now out on the track, Kevin, would be that, well, first and second place are the only cars that are not a lap down at this time. As these guys are kind of slowing down drastically right now, letting that pace car get out on the track and catch up to them. But, you know, that's definitely going to trap a lot of guys in a position they did not want to be this early in the race.
Yeah, you get those guys that pitted early, they're like, you know what, we waited for this caution the whole race. We come in and we're biting our nails, and here it is. We got it when we're a lap down. So it's like, you know, if you stay out, you lose. If you come in, you lose. It's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of these guys, it won't surprise me to see some of these guys who maybe only have 20 laps or so on those tires right now, you know, who pitted around lap 80 or so, 85, Kevin, to kind of stay out there. Now that, well, there's only two guys on pit road right now, so that's your whole lead lap crew right there. So it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see about 8, 10, maybe 15 wave rounds this time by.
Yeah, this is going to be an insane one right here, because we're basically going to have these 2 leaders with 4 fresh tires. Some of these other guys are probably going to come in, and then you're going to have a ton of wave rounds with old tires. So again, this is going to be one of those restarts that you're going to be standing on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, because you're going to have a lot of guys out there with a lot of different tire strategies right now. You're going to probably have a lot of guys, you know, who take that wave around. So they're going to have the, you know, the older tires. You're going to have the leaders out there with 4 fresh tires. And then you're going to have a lot of guys who will come in, you know, those lap down cars and go ahead and take advantage of 4 fresh tires. So, you know, it's going to make for some interesting racing here real soon, just like you said, Kevin.
Yeah, and, you know, probably I only see 1 or 2 cars that really are to benefit from this wave round. It looks like the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. went a lap down when he came in the pits. And he was actually in the pits when he was getting his 4 tires and stuff. So really, it looks like he's the only one that if he's going to take a wave round, is going to benefit on this. The other guys, I got to think you got to come in and take tires. You're just going to get swallowed up within 10, 15 laps here. You don't want to be stuck out there with old tires. You know, even running 10 laps here at the speeds we run, and abrasive this track is, you're not gonna gain anything from that.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, we got quite a few takers on pit road, but we got just about as many, Kevin, who aren't heading down pit road. So just like we've been discussing, you know, there's going to be a lot of different tire strategies going on out there. You know, once we go back to green, as you know, a lot of these guys, we see the exit of pit road, these guys are coming off now fighting for positions out on pit road and such. But with a lot of these different tire strategies, it's going to make for some very interesting racing getting down into that first corner.
That's it. And like you said, it looks like we've got a ton of wave around cars that are going to go. Like I said, it's a pretty obvious situation when you turn around and you look and you see 2 cars out there.
Right, yeah, a lot of these guys, like you said, Kevin, I mean, it's going to be for some interesting racing here, especially going into turn 1. You know, when some of these guys in the front and the middle of the pack will have some worn out tires, and it'll be interesting to see how many just come down on 1 to go, too, just, you know, have a second thought about what they're going to do. But, you know, it's definitely going to play into some interesting racing, and now you kind of wonder if you were one of those guys who did pit early, and, you know, just how long will the next green flag run go? And you start factoring some scenarios, and it's kind of like a chess match at this point, Kevin.
That's it. And you know, somebody we haven't talked about a lot tonight either. He usually runs really good here. I can remember battling the 24 last year for a win here. Chuck Garcia. I haven't really talked a whole bunch about him. He's sitting riding around in P20. Would have thought that would run just a little bit better here than what he has. But he could have been one of those ones too that is like, well, you know, I was waiting for my setup to come in or a caution to come out so I could come in and get scuffed, probably was set up more to that. I think a lot of people, Doug, got surprised that we went almost 100 laps here at Green right off the bat.
Well, I tell you, Kevin, I would be one of those who, is very surprised we went way over 100 laps here on that first run because, that's not a typical thing here at Dover. I mean, we typically see about a 40 to 50 lap, during that first, green flag run before, we see the first caution come out. And that's when everybody goes in, like you said, throws on those scuff tires, loosens the cars up and gets rolling out the block, so to speak.
Yeah, we're looking at the lineup right now. We've got cars 2 or 3 laps down mixed with cars that are a lap down. They're working to get that sorted out right now. But like I said, one of the cars that I believe has got a really good advantage here, it might not have seemed so when he came on pit road, was that 87 car. He was sitting on there and started to drive through and said, well, what the heck, I'm here, I might as well take 4. He's going to take the wave around. I believe that's going to put him back on the lead lap. So I think of all the cars that are going to take wave arounds, he's going to have an advantage on him. So he's sitting in P7 right now, so he might be able to advance on that a little bit. And right there, the 32 we see in front of him. Just another dreadful night for him. Got to feel bad for the kid. Like I said, great kid out of Virginia. Just has not had the finishes that he's needed so far this year.
Yeah, and if you want to know about just how long that field mileage was stretched by Louis Bussler and Ben Bando, and just what a good pace that these two were setting out there, and the strategy that they played, all you got to do is look right in front of that number 3 machine with the 55 of Dwayne Hall, who's currently running in 5th place and getting ready to take a wave around right now from 5th place, being a lap down. That's, what does that do to your mindset, if you know you're running in 5th place and a lap down?
That's it. That's the thing. You sit there and you think, oh my God, I'm 5th and I'm a lap down and I'm taking a wave around. That just shows you the dominating pace that those front 2 cars, the 3 of Louis Bussler and the 33 of Ben Bando, they've been laying down some impressive numbers all throughout the season, not just alone tonight. But again, we saw so many cars now, though. We've got cars that are strapped 2 or 3 laps down because of pit miscues. And even the wave arounds are going to get them out of one of those laps, but it's not going to help them out from the whole deal. And now they're under 8 ball already, just a quarter of the way into this race.
Yeah, and if all the stuff we've been talking about, Kevin, wasn't enough, I was just sitting here thinking about, we got one other interesting scenario getting ready to be played out, too. If you remember the start of the race, Ben Bando spun the tires pretty heavy there and checked up that whole outside line. If Ben doesn't get a good restart this time, what's it going to do to that outside line and all these guys who, are in the position as the green flag flies of where they're at?
That's it. And we sail off into turn 1, and these guys are basically just battling themselves right now because third position is quite a ways back. So wouldn't surprise me if these guys just settle in and try to put some distance on this car.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit. As we were talking about that, Bando, looks like he got a real good restart that time. Didn't spin the tires, had those things cleaned off real good. Got up to speed just like Lewis did. Was able to stay right there on Lewis's bumper. So the two of them, are going to pull away a little bit from 3rd place Brian Lee right here, especially with several lap down cars being between the top 2 and the 3rd place machine. So. And then you got a big gap back there, almost 2 seconds back and forth as we complete the first lap back to green. So definitely really interesting. Is I'm seeing somebody saying Dale Reynolds may be heading down pit road.
Yeah, look, we got the 27 heading to pit road. Don't know what happened on. We'll get Buster to look at that and see if there was any penalties to be served. But man, he was already in 17th. He's now showing 20th place coming in. That's got to put a big blow to his race. If you see him drive straight through here, we'll know it was a penalty and not a problem with the car.
Yeah, I'm hearing over the scanners here from race control, Kevin, that Dale Reynolds came down pit road and got a speeding penalty while he was on pit road. So as he came down, one of the lap down cars, he came down right before we went green and such, a lap before, so wasn't able to get down and get that knocked out. So unfortunate for Dale Reynolds, who unfortunately was already having a good night. However, now you add to the fact he just had that happen on the restart. So that's going to put him down at least a lap, maybe 2 more than what he was.
Yeah, he's 3 laps down now, showing in 25th place, and that's a killer. That is just a killer for the 27 car because, as we said, it's hard enough to make up these positions on the track as it is right now. You know, he's got to settle in, try to hope for some good luck, like a caution, get a wave around or something. But usually when you get more than 2 at Dover, it is so hard to get it back. And man, there's just some great racing going on right now on the track, Doug.
Yeah, there's a lot of great racing going out there because these guys, I think they learned, Kevin, from what they saw there in that early part, that in that first 100+ laps of green flag racing we had. These guys.
Got the 51, Doug. Got the 51 spun. So it looks like there's going to be a caution coming out. So some of these guys that took that wave around might get a break here.
Yeah, looks like they might. I was going to say, there's a lot of cars out there looking a little loose right now, but that's go back to the Dale Reynolds situation, Kevin. That is definitely a place Dale doesn't want to be. I mean, he started out the race, so you got that good jump at the restart, got up into 3rd place. Then the car kind of fell off for him a little bit, dropped back. I think he was running somewhere around 7th or 8th when, we started all the green flag pit cycles. Wound up going down a lap when he went down on the green flag pit stop. And then, to get that's, now 3 laps down and being a favorite tonight and knowing he knows how to drive this track, it's definitely got to be frustrating for Dale Reynolds in that 27 tonight.
Yeah, and we talked about it a while ago. Probably the luckiest man of that whole deal was the 87. Kevin Kelly Jr. He battled his way back there and got to the lucky dog spot, Doug, and now he's going to be one, I think, of 7 cars on the lead lap now. So that was a very timely caution for him, as it was for a few others.
Yeah, Kevin Kelly definitely catching the lucky break right there on that one. As Chris Melton's already peeling off, heading down pit road too. So looks like he's going to go ahead and get some fresh rubber on that machine of his in that 78. So. First taker I've seen so far is looks like Brian Lee followed him down also. But not a whole lot of these lead lap guys that are back up there right now heading down pit road. Looks like most of them are going to stay out. So probably won't see too many wave rounds this time. But Kevin definite beneficiary of that one, the way the cautions fell. Put him back on the lead lap. Good job for that young man tonight.
That's it. We're looking at Brian Lee in the 16. We were talking about him a while ago, not being where we thought his car needed to be, and he's sitting there riding around now at the top 5 there on that restart. So again, that guy has got more lives than I tell you, because we have counted out so many times this year, and even here, even though he wasn't a lap down, but we didn't think he was running to where he needed to be running, and here he is back up inside the top 10, and got a little bit of a cushion, Doug. As you know, you got these cars now that are a lap or 2 behind you. That frees you up a little bit to get a little bit of aggressive and not have to worry about traffic so much. You got that buffer. You don't have to run, 110%. These guys are going to be trying to make up a lap or try to get to the lucky dog spot. So you're at more liberty now with a little bit of cushion between you.
Yeah, and that's 87. Kevin Kelly Jr. is definitely, he's heading down pit road now, followed by Chuck Garcia, Dennis Jenkins, and several others. As most of these lap down cars and most of these that took that wave around, like I said, it definitely fell in their favor here. It's got a lot of cars down on pit road right now. So this could also play out, Kevin, with all these cars. It looks like there's about 12 to 15 cars down on pit road. We saw it last week with Chris Melton, getting into a major catastrophe there on pit road. So hopefully we don't see that tonight. But, pit road can be treacherous even under caution.
Yeah, and sitting here looking through the field, we're going to have, I think, 7 cars on the lead lap, maybe 8. We've got at least 3 cars that are a lap down and a multiple of cars that are 2 laps down.
Yeah, we got Lewis and Ben, staying out there that long. The strategy they had of staying out as long as they possibly could definitely worked in their favor when it came down to the way that the cautions failed now. So they've trapped a lot of guys a lap down. So, it's like a strategy game. They've kind of eliminated, Kevin, some of their competition right there by trapping them a lap down. So, these guys have got to worry about, working on things such as getting into the lucky dog position, getting into a position to take a wave around. Whereas Lewis and Ben now, all they've got to do is concentrate on driving their race.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sure they didn't plan it that way, but man, when they peeled off, when that caution came out and they peeled off the pit road, they probably didn't realize there were only 2 cars on the lead lap, and that's kind of give you a little bit of breathing room. Although we do have, like I said, 7 or 8 cars now on the lead lap, there's only a select few cars that could run with them. So, you know, they've pretty much taken care of a little bit of the competition right now and know that they have the fastest two cars on the racetrack, and it's probably going to come down to those two. But they did avoid something, Doug. They avoided coming to pit road on the green. So, you know, they could be bitten by the same thing that bit everybody else.
Yeah, that they could, Kevin. I mean, that could reverse itself at any moment on those guys. So, but you know, these guys have, you know, been up front. The two of them, most of the night. Bando had that little slip up right there on the first start. You know, spun the tires, lost a couple of positions, was able to get them back. But kind of looking up there, right behind these guys, you know, you got some of the guys. You know, Brian Lee. We talk about him still running in third position. You know, one of those guys we talked about earlier in the race, Kevin. Just seems like he's always there at the end of the race. So, you know, Brian Lee definitely having himself a good night as he moves up into position now to come up behind Lewis Bussler as they start getting these cars in line, you know, for this restart. So, you know, very interesting for Brian Lee the way things worked out. You know, just like Kevin Kelly Jr., you know, worked out perfect for him per se, and got him back up there where he's at now. So
it was seeing the four. Ninth position, the 4 of Dennis Wright on pits, and hearing that the 78 got a penalty, entered the longest line pitting while pits were closed. That's a killer. He's got to fight through all that traffic, so he's starting tail end of the longest line, which is dead last, with the lucky dog. So, that being said, the 78 dug himself a hole right there, Doug.
Yeah, that he did, Kevin. Unfortunately, we were talking about that young man earlier tonight, what a good run he had going for himself, and also, you know, it's a good run he's been having the last few weeks. Chris has definitely been coming along, but, you know, with all that, with the pit road going down under green, getting trapped and such, you know, he finds himself now way back there at 17th position, trapped 2 laps down as we got the green flag, so definitely not where he's wanting to be here tonight.
Yeah, it looks like the 33 spun the tires again. The 16 is going to try to take advantage of that as he's in the inside. I'm going into turn 1. He's just hanging on the quarter panel. Looks like the 33 is just going to clear the 16 to pull down, but you got to wonder if the 33 was caught sleeping there a little bit, or was his tires spinning. We get to a situation at the end of the race, Doug, where you got to really go on that restart. That could be the determining factor of a win or a loss right there.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering right there, Kevin, if, you know, Bando, maybe it's not so much the tires on that as what it is now. I mean, 2 out of 3 restarts, he's had a problem with that. You know, looks like spinning the tires. So I'm wondering if maybe he just ain't got too much gear in that thing for, you know, his restart gear, and causing some issues for him, which, like you said, could cause some severe problems if they have, you know, a restart with like 5 to go or something at the end of the race.
Well, the worst thing is, if you're leading, you're okay. If you're second, you've got to kind of anticipate when that green flag is going to drop and when you can go. You know, the thing is, you can't beat the leader to the line, so you've either got to do a better job of trying to anticipate when that green flag is going to drop, or, you know, it's obvious, I think, what his problem is probably a gear. Probably a little bit too high of a gear, and he's lighting the tires up. So there's not much of a fix for that. What you got now is what you got. So I think he's just going to have to anticipate just a little bit better, you know, when that green flag is going to come. Because, like I said, if we get their green-white checkered at the end of this race, if that's the way it plays out, that could definitely ruin your chance of trying to win a race.
Yeah, and I'm looking, some of these guys are getting a little more aggressive, per se, than what we've seen on previous restarts so far tonight, Kelly, realizing that, you know, they've got to make up what they can right now. As I just watched Dwayne Hall, you know, jump around the 16 of Brian Lee there. So we'll move Dwayne Hall up into the number 3 positions. But I'm seeing a lot of guys, you know, trying to shoot that inside gap as they roll down into the corners now, trying to take advantage of these fresh tires and try to get themselves up there in a better position, fighting for that lucky dog position, especially right now.
Yeah, as we look back at some of these cars in the back, like that 8 of Christian Vasquez, man, was running so good at the beginning of the race, and got on the wall a couple times, but then had some bad luck on pit road. And he's stuck, you know, a couple laps down. You know, he's out here riding around behind Kevin Kelly Jr. in 6th place. He's 23rd. Man, from, you know, you look at some of these guys who are up front dominating, like Dale Reynolds in 27th, and some of these other guys, man, I mean, they're looking at the possibility of never getting back on the lead lap, Doug, here. It is so tough, and you can't afford to just take away from round just to do it. because we talked about the tires. So some of these guys put themselves in really bad spots.
Yeah, and we talked about that too, Kevin. Look, right now he's running up there in position 14. But one of the guys we talked about a little bit earlier put himself together a real good run there was that 04 of Justin McLucas, who, you know, same exact like you talked about, you know, got into pits and now they find themselves 2 laps down back there in 14th position and got quite a few cars to battle just to think about, you know, taking a lucky dog or even taking that lucky dog position or the wave around, or a lucky dog, you know, to get up there on the lead lap with these guys. So, you know, that young man had himself a good car in the early part of this race, was looking really good, and, you know, pitted quite a bit earlier than what the leaders did. Now he finds himself 2 laps down back there in 13th position with a lot of race still to go and a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, that's it. You would never think, you say, oh, wow, I'm running around in 13th position, but I'm 2 laps down. That's just crazy. It's insane. It just goes to show you how this track works. I mean, you got a pit road speed of 35. And not to sound like a broken record. You get on pit road at 35 and everybody else is running an average speed of around 140, 150 around there. You're going to go down a lap and a half, maybe even 2 under a pit cycle, depending on how far you were behind the leader when you came in. And then you multiply the fact that you have a pit road speeding penalty. It's just a killer. It's so hard to make up here. And I just don't know if you can make it up here. You might be able to get it back maybe once in this track, but if you're 2-3 laps down, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, and long night. It looks like, couldn't tell who that was coming up off the corner there. It looks like Dominic Russo and that number 99. Looks like he tagged the wall there coming up off the corner there. So, you know, add a little, you know, a little brush to the wall there for LaRusso tonight, who we talked about a little bit earlier, was having some troubles down on pit road himself under that green flag pit stop. So we haven't talked a whole lot about that young man tonight out here running in the 99 after a number change over from the 48, and definitely is not having the night he was expecting to have out here, Kevin. Is, you know, he's mired back there in traffic and having some of those problems already.
Oh, got a wreck. Got somebody up in the wall. Don't know who it was, Doug. It looks like the 54 wreck. A lot of damage on the 54.
Yeah, it looks like it's the 54 out there. As you know, he got up into that wall pretty hard there on the outside. Not sure, Kevin, what caused him to get turned there, but looks like he's having some trouble with that car too. So he's got it down in neutral. He's got no RPMs, Kevin. I'm just kind of looking at his telemetry. It looks like it is a done night for Chapman right now. He may have blown that engine, or no, looks like he's trying to refire it. So I'm not sure. He may have just killed the engine on it.
Yeah, you know, like we said, it's a self-cleaning racetrack. Very surprised he was able to keep that car up there on the wall and keep it out of danger. But it looks like he's having trouble getting that fired. I don't believe it's going to bring a caution out. He's probably going to take it right to the garage. But, you know, it just goes to show a long night just gets longer.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Chapman. He was, you know, out there having a pretty decent race tonight. You know, he was staying quiet, but sometimes the best thing he can do. But he definitely cannot get that thing. It's still sitting with 0 RPM sitting down there on the inside of the track. He's definitely unable to get that thing fired. But, you know, unfortunate night for Chapman. But, you know, a lot of these guys, I'm seeing also Chuck Garcia's behind the wall also in that number 24. I wonder if maybe the electrical troubles or a, you know, engine let go or what happened with the 24 Garcia.
Yeah, and you know, it seems to me about the 54 right now. I know he's trying to get it fired down there on the flat down there, but you got to worry about a car coming around that corner, losing it, and basically getting into the back of you. And that'll make your night get a whole lot worse. You thought it was worse before, and then you're just getting somebody else involved in your mess. So looking for the officials there in NuffWORLD to get that 54 off the track right there pretty soon.
Yeah, that's definitely, like you said, Kevin, it's something that is, he's sitting in a very precarious position right there, you know, especially that car not running. If someone does kind of lose it down there, then, you know, that's definitely not the place you want to be. And if, you know, someone does lose it coming down off the corner right there, you know, and they hit you, oh my Lord, I see a lot of smoke back there. I'm not sure who that was. Looks like we got some more cars up into the wall.
Yeah,
the
25.
Like 25 of Layton.
Yeah, the 25 looks like he's done. Looks like he's done, Doug.
Wow, unfortunate break for Todd Layton tonight, who's been, you know, kind of out there running solidly inside the top 20 tonight. But, You know, unfortunate break. Looks like he got up into the outside wall there. Not sure if he had some help getting there, but definitely hammered that wall hard and a lot of smoke out of that machine.
Well, you know, Doug, and here we go. You can't help but think that, you know, that is just a factor of that. That's just it's equal. It's, you know, I got to go. I'm 2 or 3 laps down. I got to try to make this up, and that's a contributing factor to that. I mean, you get out of your rhythm. You do things that you normally, you know, wouldn't do, and when you start doing that, you know, you start doing aggressive moves, and you start, you know, making passes or running on a line that you're not used to, and that's what happens. So I mean, it's just one of those deals. You hate to see it, but you know, you get more than 2 down here, you start taking gambles you regularly wouldn't do.
Yeah, like you said, Kevin, you know, you get out there and you're trying to run that car just a little bit harder than what you're comfortable with. You know, trying to make that car, trying to make up some ground, trying to make up some positions. And you heat up that right rear tire, which it kind of looks like that's what happened with Leighton right there. As he got down into the corner, he had, you know, was carrying good speed, and looked like that rear end just kind of kicked out on him, done a, you know, went around on him and completely looped around. And as it went to that outside wall, that nose was pointed right into the wall, and you know, that done the engine in. End of night for Todd Leighton, unfortunately, out with an engine failure after that little bit. So, you know, add another little kink into the thing tonight. So, you know, this race is definitely getting interesting after the first 108 laps, caution free. We've got 2 cautions almost back to back right there.
Yeah, and you know, Doug, we're at that point where you really can't take a wave around. You're not going to benefit. You could probably do more harm taking a wave around right now. We've run a number of laps since the last green flag. Since the last green flag to restart, I should say. So you're really not going to do anything by taking a wave around. You're just going to make it worse. You know, you're faced with the fact that if we do go green flag racing for a long period of time, you are going to go more down than what you are now. So you got to kind of bite the bullet. You got to come in and get 4 tires on it and make an adjustment, and just try to settle in and pick them, you know, as they go. Taking a wave around here is basically suicidal.
Yeah, and under this caution, Kevin, you know, just kind of a little thing there, almost kind of gives to the, you know, just how much dominance Louis Bussa has out here tonight. We just had our first lead change of the night under caution.
Well, see, the competition sees that now. The only way they can get him is under caution. But no, everybody out there watching, you know, you get a race like this where it looks so dominant, you know, and someone just nails the setup right on the bat. And I think what really happened here, Doug, and we talked about this before, is, you know, basically we got into a monkey see, monkey do situation. Somebody hit pit road, and they're like, oh man, they're going to be, you know, at least a half a second to 3/4 second faster than I am. So then the next one comes in, and it's a trickle down effect, and then you get all those penalties that we had, and then it just multiplies, and then you get 2 cars on the lead lap like that. So, you know, for everyone watching on TV, it is a dominant race, you know, but it's not as dominant as it seems. We just had some situations go. We see the 27, a bunch of them taking a wave around. So, who am I to say anything, Doug?
Yeah, it looks like we got quite a few, about 10, maybe 12 wave run cars there, Kevin. So there'll be a lot of cars trying to get themselves back on that lead lap, which one of those guys, the 04, we talked about him a little bit earlier. Looks like he was able to get back up to being a lap down now. So, you know, he may have a chance still tonight of getting that car back up on the lead lap, you know, and working himself into a very decent finish tonight as he's worked his way back up into the 11th place position. We'll be fighting with Frankie Samato for the lucky dog once we go back to green. So, you know, but that's just like you said, Kevin. That's one of those things tonight. That long green flag. You know, a lot of guys hit pit road, and you know, others saw just how fast those cars were with those fresh tires. Decided to do the same thing, and just situations how they are. Way to caution fail. You know, trapped a lot of those guys behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and you play catch up all night long. And honestly, I'm trying to look back on my notes here and see when we went back green flag racing before that caution, after that last caution there. But basically, if you're out here in a wave run, I think you do.
Yeah, looks like we got a real good restart there. Looks like the 33 of Bando and the 55 of Wayne Hall there. They're really fighting it out for that second place position. Looks like Bando got a little bit sideways up off the corner there. But I was about to say, it looks like down in the center there, Bando might have got just a little bit tight, brushed up a little bit against the 55 of Wayne Hall, who's been able to take over that second place position, and is trying to put a little pressure on that number 3 of Lewis Butler right now as they go down in the corner here. Looks like Wayne Hall's going to move up on the outside, maybe try to get a run down the backstretch here and try to take that lead away.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen any pressure being put on either one of these cars. The 55 is going to clear him going down, coming out of turn 4 down the front straight. So we're going to have another leader right there. And maybe the 55 is like, well, you know what? Dwayne Hall driving the 55 there. He's probably thinking, look, I got to get some clean air. I got to see if it's going to make my car better. And at the same time, he's getting dirty air on that 3. No one's been able to get in front of that 3 to see what that dirty air does in front of that car. So as the 55 does pull away just a little bit there, Doug.
Yeah, it looks like Dwayne definitely got in the pits there when that last pit stop, and he's done something to that car. It may be just something, Kevin, that, early part of the run, but he was definitely played it smart there, played very aggressive, on that restart, was able to get up on that outside of Lewis Butler and make it stick, which, that's impressive in and of itself. That's the first real pass we've seen all night long up on that high side, so kudos for Dwayne, making it stick up there and getting over into the, moving himself up into P1 right now and leading the pack.
I tell you, his car looks really good to the center of the corner there. He's actually maintaining that 4 or 5 car lengths right there to lead. But like I said, he probably figured, look, I got new tires on this thing. I got to get out here. I got to at least try to see if this thing is better out front. I'm getting maximum downforce on the front of this car, and the 3's not going nowhere, but he's really not gaining either. So we're going to find out what this 55 is made out of. We're going to find out how good that 3 is, because this is the first time we've really seen him stuck behind anybody.
Yeah, that's true, Kevin. I mean, it's the first time tonight we've seen Lewis Butler in that number 3 machine behind anyone all night long. He's been out front leading the way for, at least 150-plus laps, 146 laps of this race. But Wayne Hall was able to really assert himself right there when he took that position away, going up, onto the outside and making it stick in not only turns 1 and 2, but also in 3 and 4. So as we get speeds at the line here coming up, we're going to see what kind of speed these guys are carrying down through here as they come out of turn 4.
Yeah, right now we should see some pretty high speeds. Should be up around the low 23.2, 0.3 second laps here. The tires start wearing off, and these guys will start slowing down.
Yeah, looking at the speeds at the line there, Dwayne Hall on that lap itself was about a tenth of a lap faster than Lewis Butler and almost 2/10 faster than what Ben Bando was there at the line. So he's definitely got that car, in the mail. But looking at the speeds right there at the line, the fastest car coming through out of the top 9 right there was Ben Britton running back there in 7th place. So, kind of a surprise there to see, the fastest car running a little further back there, Kevin.
Yeah, and the draft does work this play here a little bit, so he's probably sniffing a little bit of draft. But, we really haven't talked about it all night. He's one of those ones again, Doug, that, the 34 didn't lead the points at some time during the season just because he was there. He top 5, top 10 them to death, and staying consistent. He's looking ready for the 41 here, but he's hanging around there in P7, and he's another one. We don't start talking about him until midway of the race. It's like, where did he come from?
Yeah, Ben Britton, that 34 machine, he's kind of like, you hear that old term all the time about a Facebook stalker. Ben is almost to that effect. He's one of those guys, and he's there. You never really pay attention to him, and all of a sudden, just like you said, halfway through the race, you're like, where did this guy come from? Where's he been all night? I didn't even know he was here.
That's it. The 55 is off the pace, Doug. Don't know what happened. He lost 4 spots in one straightaway. Not sure what happened to him, but man, he dropped like a lead rock right there, and he's sitting back in P4. It all happened on one straightaway, so I'm not sure if he got loose or he's experimenting or hunting around, but he definitely lost some spots right there.
Yeah, I was noticing for a couple of laps prior to that, Kevin, it looked like he was maybe getting a little bit loose up off the corners there as he was coming up off of 2 and 4. So he may be heating that right rear tire up, just like a lot of these guys have been talking about tonight, and maybe had to back out of it a little bit and not run the pace as hard, kind of backing down and let that tire cool off. I've heard, a lot of guys talk about you can go out here and run about 10 laps or so, about as hard as you want to, but after about 10 laps, you kind of cool that tire back off, let it cool back down, get through a heat cycle, or it gets really hot and greases up on you and gets really slick and hard to turn.
Yeah, I know the EPR team, they were basically on that strategy where they wanted to run hard for about 10 laps and then kind of settle down for 10 laps and then run 10 more laps hard and then, vice versa. And they thought that it did pretty good on the tire wear to do that. They thought that they could get it right up to the hottest temperature that they could stand, on that right rear, and then give it a few laps to cool down and go right back after it. It seems to be working for the 87 cars. He's up there in P5, but looking way, way back here, the 27 car, Dale Reynolds, man, he took the wave around. That's not working for him either. So, like I said, another long night for the 27. He battled back. He's got 2 laps down now, but you're just going to start losing time.
Yeah, and you got right there with Dale too, Kevin. You got a couple other good cars that we talked about tonight too. With that 04 of Justin McLucas and the 08 of Christian Vasquez. We talked about them earlier tonight too. But the way this race is played out, the way this pit road strategy worked, and where the cautions fell, just has not been in their favor tonight and trapped them way back here in no man's land, so to speak. So definitely not the night that these guys were looking to get, and unfortunate break for them this way everything fell. So we'll watch them, I'm sure, battle back throughout the night once we get a little further up than what they are, I'm sure. But let's take a quick commercial break here for live from Dover, Delaware, in tonight's presentation of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400. So we'll see you back here right after this quick commercial break, fans.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and VB code-enabled info panes, detailed user info and support for uploading avatars, firewall-friendly file transfer, tab, public and private text chat with login, custom skins, themes and sound packs, and much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege feed when I'm playing users. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player ranks, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.
And welcome back live to Dover International Speedway here in Dover, Delaware. We're here tonight with a Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 presented by NuffWORLD TV. And, looking up front, not a whole lot has changed. Kevin, Louis Buss is still leading the way with Ben Bando following right close behind him as they're currently working through some lap traffic, though, which is slowing the both of them down as we speak.
Yeah, we're looking, and the 26 is one of those wave-around cars, and we said it, 15, 20 laps into our run. He was going to be regretting it, so the lap that he got back, Doug, he's already losing. Seeing a 64 on the backstretch up against the wall. Looks like he's got a left front tire down. Not sure if he's going to be able to get that car running again.
I'm watching back here just behind the leaders there. Dwayne Hall, I was just kind of keeping track with him as we were on the commercial break there, Kevin. He was able to kind of gather that car back on. It looked like he may have cooled the tires back down. He's moved himself back up into the third place position now, but he's being followed pretty closely there with Howard Woodrick at number 7. So looks like it might have been the strategy with Dwayne Hall, was to back off a little bit, cool his tires down, and start moving back towards the front once again after he made that dramatic move on Louis Butler down there in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, and I think he's seen what he wanted to see right there. He wanted to know what his car would do out front. I do agree. It looked like he was a tad loose when he was out there running it as hard as he could. So, you know what? He's probably just riding right now, making a mental note saying, look, we get a caution again, then I know what I need to do to this thing. One, to get out front, and two is to fix it so I don't have an incident like that again. Because he looked like he was hanging on to it pretty good. As we see the 32 up here getting ready to go another lap down, he was another one of those wave around. So, again, Doug, everybody that took the wave around that last caution pretty much shot themselves in the foot right here.
Yeah, and I was kind of looking as the leaders went by down there running behind Dustin Barden right now on the 32 machine. Looks like the 54 was off the pace there. I'm not sure what happened with that 54 of Charles Chapman, but very slow down there on the apron. So kind of your pit road reporters down there kind of find out what happened with Charles. I'm not really sure myself, but looks like, definitely a very unscheduled pit stop at this part of the race, I would have to assume.
Yeah, it looks like the 64, he's done for the night too. Got mechanical issues as he's parked it. Had a rough night. It was one of those cars that pitted early also and got trapped multiple laps down. And like I said, some of these guys that took the wave around, they're really struggling now. And they're probably sitting there going, my God, why did I do this one? I just come in and get 4 and take a chance. To me, you got a little bit more of a fighting chance. You take 4 tires. You try to make some adjustments to the car, thinking, you might need to tighten it up or loosen up a little bit. And you got a more solid car underneath of you. You come back out there with like 25 laps on your tires and get a wave around, and you're praying on a caution. Thing is, you don't get that caution. And these guys now, instead of being a couple laps down, they're going to be looking at going 3 or 4 laps down just in a fuel run. And then we add the excitement of pit road, Doug. We know what that can do. You could be staring right in the face of being 7, 8 laps down in the middle of a fuel run.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back here, Kevin. One of the guys we really haven't talked a whole lot about tonight, but actually having himself a very solid run. Kind of quiet for, the run he's kind of having here tonight. But looking at that number 15 car, Darren Benz, he's currently running back in the 9th place position right now. Running out there almost all by himself right now. Doesn't have any competition right around him. The car behind him is a lap down, and the car in front of him is one he's racing for position about 3 seconds ahead. But Darren is putting together a really solid run here tonight, Kevin. Running currently, like I say, inside the top 10 in ninth place, and has been quiet in doing so. So, you know, he finds the right combination with what he's already got. He might be able to move himself forward before this night's over with.
That's it. And another car right around him is the 78, which a while ago we were talking about. He got himself in trouble and you know, dropped way back. He is, you know, I think he's one lap down. Looking right now, yeah, he's one lap down, riding around the 78 Chris Milton in 11th position. So he's battled back nicely after having that end of the longest line penalty on that last restart. Didn't think he could get through there like that so quick, but he's proven to have a good solid car underneath him. He just needs to minimize those mistakes on pit road.
Yeah, there's quite a few been in that boat tonight, Kevin. Another one of them being that we talked about him quite often earlier in the broadcast, that 04 of, you know, also Justin McLucas. You know, he's currently shown in the top 10. He's in 5th place position. Currently the he's currently shown, well, change that now once again. I'm sitting here watching the telemetry. It's changing by the moment, Kevin. But he was in lucky dog position, but looks like the leaders just got around Darren Benz, who has hit pit road. So, you know, that'll move, well, McLucas back into the lucky dog position now. So, you know, depending on how caution would fall and what he's got under the hood to be able to make up now, he might be able to bounce back from this, get himself back on the lead lap here before it's all over with.
That's it. Like I said, the positions are changing so fast. Our statistician and technical wizard Buster behind the glass there is just having a fit trying to keep up there. It's literally changing lap by lap, and that's what happens here. Is you get so spread out like this, and you have cars that are 1, 2, 3 laps down, and there's so much strategy going on with pit road and tires and fuel and this and that even the drivers don't even know half the time who they're running for position on the track. Their crew chief is just telling you, you know, you got to go, you got to run hard, and every once in a while when they'll come up on a car, they'll say, well, that guy's for position, or he's not for position. So really very spread out right now.
Yeah, and you talk about spread out, Kevin. Not only do we have cars spread out all over the track right now, we got a lot of cars on a lot of different pit cycles. As I saw earlier, looks like the 99 was down on pit road, the number 4, you know, of Dennis Wright was down on pit road. There's been quite a few cars hitting pit roads here over the last couple of laps. So a lot of those guys who've been staying out, taking those wave arounds and trying to work themselves back onto the lead lap are, you know, once again find themselves, you know, having to pit while we're still under green and losing all the ground that they had fought for, you know, trying to get back. So, you know, it's got to be disheartening to you, but you got to just keep on working it as we're approaching the halfway point now.
That's it. You got the leaders battling a lot of lap traffic right there. Took them a lap and a half to get by the 68. They're coming up on the 99 right now, who's just on pit road a couple laps ago. So he should be able to pull away from the leaders a little bit. And the 3 and the 33 should not have to worry about them. But again, we get this far spread out on this track, and then you start running up on lap down cars and different pit strategies and everything else. I mean, who's to say? You could be out here running and have a car that's 2 or 3 laps down, and you're in the lead lap leading this race, and you have somebody 2 or 3 laps down that's got 4 tires come up on you, and they're faster than you. They're a second a lap faster. So basically, they're trying to get around you also. So, you know, it's not only the lap cars that you have to contend with in front of you, it's the lap cars with fresh tires coming up behind you.
Yeah, you can find yourself in a few awkward positions, like you said, Kevin. Not only the cars in front of you, the cars behind you, you know, with all the different pit cycles and pit strategies that are going on right now. You know, you got some cars out there who you're going to be catching as a leader, you know, trying to put a lap down and got to worry about where they're going to go. At the same time, you've got to watch the mirror for a lot of these guys with those fresh tires, you know, are coming up behind you a lot quicker and carrying a lot more speed than what you are. So now at this point of the race, that's when, you know, you got to start looking out the front and the back of that, in the mirror and out the front windshield. So, but we were talking about that 99 of LaRusso coming out just a couple of laps ago, you know, right in front of the leaders, about to go another lap down. But, you know, just in the last 2 laps, he's been able to put about half a straightaway's distance between himself and the leaders just because of those fresh tires. So just goes to show what a difference that makes.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not the cars in front of you have to worry about a lap down either. It's the ones that had the fresh tires behind you is right here, Doug. We're looking at the speeds at the line coming up. See what these guys are running to the middle of the fuel run.
Yeah, and looking at some of these the speeds and such, Kevin. These leaders, this whole lead group, first 8 cars basically have fell off at least 4 miles an hour in the last 25, 30 laps. So a lot of fall off here these guys are having, right now. So Lewis Buster, that last time by, ran a 137.169, was not the fastest car, out of the top 8. So, this just goes to show, just according to where you're at on the track, different pit cycles, it can make a huge difference on, what kind of speed you're running and what you got to watch out for.
That's it. And as I was seeing, wow, the 10 car bounced off the line at the start finish line, bounced off the wall, excuse me. Going back here, I want to go back to position 13. We're looking at the 27 car, Donald Reynolds. Now, he was in 20th position on this restart, took the wave around, and basically I said, well, that's how much I know. He's going to go out and take the wave around. Well, he's made it up to 13th. He's still 2 laps down, but, he's kind of lessened the salt being poured into the wound by getting up there and getting in that top 13. He's to the point now in the chase, Doug, where he missed the race. So right now he's point racing. He's point racing first, and then he's looking at wanting to race second. If he's got a chance to get up there and try to win a race, then that's what he's got to do. But he knows right now he needs maximum points, and that's what he's going after.
Yeah, exactly. I think, just like you said, Kevin, Dale has moved into that mindset now, especially being 2 laps down. You come in here, I'm sure had a lot of confidence on a track like this, Dover, where he's done really well, throughout the years. 5 wins here. But tonight, after getting trapped in that scenario that he did, with the early pit stop and getting trapped a couple laps down and now trying to fight back for it, like you said, he's just looking at, what's in front of him right now, what's around him, how many points can I get if I pass another car, that's another point. So like you said, he's in the points racing mindset now and trying to make all that he possibly can out of a bad situation.
Yeah, that's it. We're here in the 06, had a mechanical failure, and he had to pull us behind the wall. So kind of a bad night for him. Got a couple laps down and had mechanical troubles, and now he's sitting in the garage heading home early.
Yeah, that young man, first race out here, first race out here in NuffWORLD action, relatively quiet, ran a good race tonight, so that's going to earn a lot of points for him. Some of these veterans, being able to stay out of the way, but yet be able to be competitive all at the same time. Was running inside the top 20 when he had those mechanical issues, so, definitely not the debut, I'm sure, that driver was looking for there to 06 at Partridge, but a good run overall for a first run out here, first race over here with NuffWORLD.
That's it. As we're just past halfway, probably less past halfway. This is where you're starting to see those gremlins, as we call them, Doug. The mechanical issues, whether it be brakes or transmission, driveline, motor, whatever. This is a very punishing track. It's what we call the hanging RPM. They're not off the throttle for a long time, and very rarely will the motors themselves drop below 7,000 RPM. So it's those hanging RPMs, man, and some of these guys run different gear packages, so they could be running even higher than what they were running before. So this is right about where you're starting to see that catastrophic failure we talked about going on. I mean, these motors are just rubber bands, just wound just as tight as they could go. They only last so long.
Yeah, it looks like we got a caution out there on the track, Kevin. I'm not sure, what that one was told for. We're going to have to do some rewinding here and find out while you were talking. But
wow, some of those guys, Doug, not to cut you off, it just came into the pit thinking that they were going to get one up again and come out with fresh tires and get in front of these guys. Just got themselves trapped another lap down again.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say there, Kevin, the 54 and the 10, Charles Chapman, and that number 10 of DeMarco Starks, looks like they had just hit pit road like a half a lap or so before that caution flew. So they find themselves, going in early and once again, unfortunately, getting stuck behind the 8-ball once more. So definitely a bad break for those guys. As I'm seeing Dwayne Hall getting that 55 machine we talked about earlier, Kevin, looks like he got hauled behind the wall there by the tow truck. So not sure what happened with Dwayne. He might have been involved in that last incident.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. This is the point of the race where, we've had, we hit a 28 spun there to bring out that caution, but this is the point of that race, Doug, where, you know, the mechanical things coming in. You know, this is where the motors, you know, you have practice on them, you have qualifying. So, you know, here we are. You know, you can't escape the engine gremlin, that's for sure.
Yeah, and looking at that replay there, it looks like the 28s. He was running right down there on the bottom of the track, and just like we talked about that, you know, shooting effect coming up out of the corner. Looks like he come out of there. He had a good head of steam coming up out of the corner, but looks like that rear end just kind of lost some traction on him, broke loose, and went right around, tapped that outside wall, and spun it right back down to the inside. And looks like that's going to be about all she wrote tonight for the old 28 machine of Dennis Jenkins, who, you know, we talked about a little bit earlier. Looks like he was about to scrape that bad luck gremlin, but unfortunately didn't you know, get away from it again tonight.
That's it. Well, you know, and when you were talking about, you know, launching up out of the corner, what happens, Doug, and for the people watching on TV that really, you know, aren't aware of how these cars work, you know, when you come down the straightaway and you go down into, let's say, turn one, for instance, it's basically a drop-off right there. And what happens is the coil springs in the car do what we call coil binding. They basically just smash right up against each other. You're basically riding right on the bump stops of the car. And what happens is when you come out of turn two and come up, it's almost like driving up a ramp, and it unloads those coil springs. And what happens is you basically make that car light coming out of the corner. I mean, if you ride in car with these, you can actually hear the cars braking traction down the straightaway from the, you know, the 850 horsepower these cars put out. And if you don't have that thing set up for the middle of a fuel run, when you come up out of it, basically you just lose the rear. When you get back to the gas, it's like driving on ice.
Yeah, and that's definitely not the situation you want to be in if you're that driver out there coming up out of that corner 140 miles an hour, as we just saw there with Dennis. You know, once those things unload, there's not a whole lot you can do with it other than just hold on to the ride, especially here at Dover, where it's such a narrow track. You haven't got a lot of room, such as places like maybe, say, California, where, you know, you could probably ride up 5, 6, maybe even 7 lanes almost and kind of catch that car. You really don't have that luxury here at Dover.
No, and what happens with this track? I mean, it's like any other track. You know, as time goes on, you wear the tires down. This track isn't as hard on tires as a person might think it is, but it's line sensitive, and when you do get wear on those tires, and you start getting out of what I say your comfort zone is, when you get in those corners and you start riding in places that you're not used to riding, what happens is you're just loading up air pressure in that right rear tire. And the higher you get on the track, the more you're going to build that tire pressure up. So some of these guys try to dial that air pressure down on the restarts. They try to keep it down and hold on to these things until they get to the middle of the run and the car take off. But when you start getting 2 or 3 laps down, you got to bring those tire pressures up so you can get going right off the get-go. And I think that's what happened to the 28. He just got to a situation where he knew he had to try to make up some laps, and got running out of his comfort zone there, and it just got away from him.
Yeah, tough break for Dennis Jenkins in that 28 machine tonight. So, but I tell you, the one guy who's going to be the lucky benefactor of all that, Kevin, is that 04. We've talked about him quite a bit tonight, of Justin McLucas. Going to be our lucky dog recipient there. So that's going to put him back up on the lead lap. Currently running up in the 7th place position. So, you know, good break for Justin Lucas. Stayed out there as long as he possibly could. Stayed right out there with the leaders and was able to get back on the lead lap now. So definitely a good break for him. So that'll put him back on the lead lap. Now he's fighting with, you know, some of these other guys to gain some positions and make some points tonight.
That's it. And as we see the wave arounds go again, they're gonna try to rub that lamp and get the genie to come out and say, please give me a quick caution to get one of these laps back. I don't think it's going to happen. We've had pretty good restarts here every time we've had a restart, and we've ran at least 25, 30 laps before we got into a golfing situation. So again, some of these guys have got to kind of question that. You see the 27, he came in and got 4 tires. He's not having none of that. He battled back 2 laps down. So he's just putting 4 on it and trying to get back up here and trying to salvage some kind of points tonight. We got the green, Doug.
Yes, we got the green. Looks like Ben Bando may have put the tires there once again, Kevin. And that's a lot of times tonight. He had a very slow restart there. Looks like he might have got a little push from looks like the Kevin Kelly Jr. machine, the 87, to get up to speed right there. But Ben Bando is definitely, Lewis Russell has killed him on those restarts tonight.
Yeah, and you know what happens, Doug? You know, it's in the beginning or the middle part of that race, you're kind of sitting there going, if you're behind the 33, you're like, you know what, it's okay. I'll give you a little bit of a push, or I'll wait, you know, and I'll let you go. As you know, as a race car driver, when it gets down to the end like that, you're not going to have the patience that you did on lap 100, on lap 399. It's time to go. So he's got to try to, like I said, try to anticipate that start a little bit better, because as the race goes on, these restarts, the guys behind him are going to start losing a little bit of patience.
Yeah, they're going to lose a little bit of patience there, Kevin, and they're going to still give him that little bit of push to get him up to speed. But it's going to be more of a push than what it is right now getting down into turn 1, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
We had a caution out on the speedway there, Kevin. I hate to cut you off. Looks like we got another caution out there.
Yeah, and I was going to say, somebody rubbed the right lamp for the genie on that one. So all those guys that went around, and now this is Dale Reynolds is like, okay, and it's the driver of the 27 car. He's like, you know what? I took the wave around and no caution helped me. I got it back the hard way. And now here I am with 4 tires, and I'm not going to get a wave around because these leaders are not going to come in, so he can't win.
Yeah, he just seems like all the moves Dale's making, all the strategizing he's doing inside that car tonight, just rubbing the genie in the lamp, just like you said, Kevin. He definitely didn't get the right lamp tonight. So, unfortunately, Dale still stuck back there. Looks like about 2 laps down, still fighting out, trying to get as many positions out of this as he possibly can. Has moved up into the number 12 position, but, I'm sure Dale would much rather be up there on the lead lap trying to fight out for this battle tonight for the win, rather than trying to fight out as many points as he can possibly get for the chase.
That's it. And you know what, Doug, it looks like the 78 is going to be the recipient of the lucky dog there. He's been battling back all night long. Of course, got that end of the longest line penalty back about 100 laps ago, and he's been steadily coming forward, battling to get those laps back. So this should put him back on the lead lap. Now he will be behind all these cars, but that's half the battle here, is getting on that lead lap.
Yeah, that it is. As we look at the replay there, it looks like the 68 just kind of lost it there, getting down into the corner and that rear end, just like what we've seen with a lot of other guys. Well, I'm sorry, the 04 looks like may have got a little piece of him there as they were getting down in the corner, caused that rear end to come around. And, of course, we know how that usually ends if you get that little tap in the rear in the corner.
Yeah, and you know what? The 68 has had a long night as it is right now. And it got a little bit longer. Just a product of having missed the setup, for tonight's race, and then, having a beat-up race car and just trying to get out of the way, and you get someone behind you with 4 fresh tires, and he's ready to go. And, again, we were saying at the beginning of the race, we're saying keys to the race was track position. The 04, no fault of his own, he has to go to the back because he's a lucky dog, and that's a prime example. You can't control what's going on in front of you. You're the lucky dog. You get back on the lead lap, and next thing you know, you're battling about 10 or 15 lap cars, and you almost get yourself taken out there. So you got to have a little bit of patience, settle in, and let the track come to you.
Yeah, that's just it. And especially like you're the 04 Justin McLucas. You've been out there, you've got a good car, you've been up towards the front tonight. You've got a good car underneath you. And now that you've finally gotten back on the lead lap, you're especially anxious right now. You're trying to get all you can, especially on those new tires on a restart. So, and you haven't raced around some of these other guys who are right there in front of you, just like you said, Kevin, and, they have different braking points, different entry points, different ways of running these corners, and, you get in there and you think you've got the lane open, and the next thing you know, it maybe slides up on you a little bit, or several other factors can happen. He comes down a little bit, because that's the way he's running his lane. And you get in the back of him and you bring out the caution. And unfortunate for Danny Baker and for the 04 Justin McLucas involved right there. But some of these guys kind of getting the lucky spot there out of it. Looks like we talked about Chris Melton at 78. So put him back up on a lead lap, so he'll get to fight for positions now too.
Yeah, that's it. And it's everybody right now, as far as what they have for a setup, they know what they've got. If they've missed it, they pretty much know they're in for a long night. They're just trying to get out of here with the best finish that they can. It seems like the guys up in like the top 6, top 7, they've pretty much been there now for a while. They seem to be the cars to beat. We do have a couple cars that are scattered in the back, like the 78 that just had some bad luck, the 27. Look for those guys to try to come back up there. But it looks like we've got a very distinct, defined pack of who's running fast here and who's not. So these guys right now to the point to where they're a little more than halfway. We're talking, 80 laps to a fuel run here and that. So we're looking at 2 more stops, easy for the end of this. So, I would be willing to bet that these leaders are wanting this to go green for a long time. But these other guys back behind, they want one more chance to try to take a whack at the setup and try to straighten that thing out. But, as far as your front cars, I think they know what they've got, and they just got to fine-tune them for this next restart.
Right on that, Kevin. But one thing that I was noticing there, too, while you were talking, Kevin, I saw the 54 of Charles Chapman came back out on the track. Looks like they got that ignition problem fixed that they were having bugs with now. He's currently shown 36 laps down, but, has been able to get that car refired. It's just rejoined the whole pack. He's out there on the track now, so he's going to rejoin the fight and try to make the best out of this fight that he can.
That's it, and that's pride right there. Never die. I'm going to go out and I'm going to run it until I bring the steering wheel back. So as long as it runs, that's where I'm going to be. As we're getting ready for the restart, watch the 33 on this restart. He's got to get this figured out.
Bet you are, and looks like he got a pretty good restart this time, but, as they head down into turn 1, he looks like he may have just been a little further back this time than what he normally is, so he can get a good eye on that number 3 cars. They had the restart there of Lewis Buster, so that might have been a whole deal all night long, as he was able to see Lewis Buster when they come down to take that green flag, and this time he laid back a little bit, about a half a car length behind Lewis Buster, and was able to see when he took off and was able to get right there with him as we restarted the thing.
Yeah, as we look back here, there's someone stuck on the outside there trying to see exactly who that is. It looks like the 27 car, as he just touches the wall just a little bit there. Dale Reynolds, 2 laps down, trying. Oh, we got a spinner in the back to 99, a slow, lazy spin, and looks like he's got it gathered up. We're going to stay green. Man, what a save. Get a replay on that, Doug. He had his hands full.
Yeah, he definitely had his hands full on that one. He had that car completely sideways, and, remarkable job keeping that thing off the wall and not touching anything right there to tear that car up badly. I mean, he was definitely in the wrong position at the wrong time, and that rear end looked like it kind of just let go on him and backed it right up there against the wall, and was able to continue, keep it going in the right direction, didn't bring out the caution, and we'll continue on racing.
That's it. When you're up in the booth and you can see the whole right-hand side of his car, the sponsor, it was sideways, Doug.
That's one of the interesting things, too, Kevin. Knowledge is up here in the booth, but, when you're that guy that's running right behind him, maybe a couple of car lengths, and you see the numbers on his door, that's an eerie feeling.
Yes, it sure is. I mean, he had to kind of have a moment there where, oh, my goodness, worried about getting run over by someone behind you, but the whole pack did a good job of getting by, and we stayed green. Of course, now as we see somebody back in the pack of the yellow car get up against the wall there, it looks like maybe the 8 car, but he's made those tires angry, so it's going to take a couple laps just to get those cooled down, and if he flat spotted them, it could be even longer.
Yeah, and I'm looking up here a little bit back towards the front there, Kevin, but one of the guys who we talked about him a good bit tonight, but making the very most he possibly can out of Lucky Dog, and he just got a little bit earlier, but that number 04 of Justin McLucas has moved himself up into the 5th place position now and is currently working over Kevin Kelly Jr. trying to get that 4th place position away.
That's it. I mean, he's like, I got this back. He knows he's got to fight to stay up there. He doesn't want to go back down there and get a lap down again. And watch for him to try to keep pace with these leaders and get on the same sequence as they are. He was one of those ones, of course, earlier that pitted early, and now just past halfway into this race, he's just got everything back. So look for him not to give that up again. He's probably going to stay on the same sequence as these top cars.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Justin and that 04 machine, and you've seen what that cost you with, hitting pit road well before what the leaders did, at this point you've had to learn a valuable lesson, as he's still looking on the inside of that 87 Kevin Kelly Jr., but, you learned a lesson, and now you're going to do whatever you see, that monkey see, monkey do, it's going to be the leader. Whatever they do, I think that's what he'll do also on the pit strategy from here on out.
Yeah, that's it. Like you said, we're watching the 87 and the 04 go at it. right here. Looks like the 04 is trying to just tuck up range to the back of the 87 there just to get him a little bit loose on the exit of the corner. And as we said before, you start racing side by side, you'll pull the whole pack right back up to you. As we look at the 27 is right there with him, man. The 7 had an awkward moment there, running up in third spot. He got down on the apron, kind of washed up on him, was allowing these guys to come up. But, Doug, you got a sense of urgency now as the 7 again hits the apron and shoots up there. The 87 and the 04 are really making time up on him. You get the feeling, Doug, that it's go time because the cars behind these guys, man, they have stepped it up.
Yeah, that they have, and we took a calling this action, Kevin, and watching all this stuff going out there, it's easy to forget too. With a lot of these guys, like the 33 of Bando, the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., and the 04 of Justin McLucas, those are 3 rookies right there running in the top 5, putting on this great show we've got there tonight. So, great job of these young guys. The first year out here with NuffWorld, and these 3, I'm sure, fighting will be, definitely top 3 candidates, for that Rookie of the Year this year. But great job these guys are doing, and like I said, it's just so easy to forget when you're watching, how well these guys are doing these cars around here, that these are guys in their first year of racing here.
That's it. Speaking of guys in first year racing, we talked about him earlier, the 78. Got that lucky dog. He's battling back. He's in 8th position. He's battling on lap traffic, but, he's picking them off one by one. He's not getting aggressive. He's settled in. He knows what he needs to do. The last thing he wants to do is to push it just a little bit too much, get that right rear angry and spin out, or just burn his tires right off. So he's just riding. He's doing what he has to do. And we look behind him. We got the 15 car, Darren Benz. We were talking about him earlier. He had a basically oh crap moment about a lap ago where he got up off the apron and got loose and caught it. But his car doesn't look the same as it was when we were following him about 50 laps ago. So either he made a change to that and it didn't like it, or he's basically got to make some more changes.
Yeah, it looks like something. I'm starting to think, Kevin, that the track may be going through a change right now. We're about 236 laps into this thing right now. I think the track is starting to go through one of those changing times right now, and some of these guys, have finally just got their car to about right for what the track is. But it's undergoing a change once again right now, and some of those cars you had seen earlier who have been running right there how they wanted them, maybe not running so well right now.
That's it. And this track, like I said, the temperatures change here. They're not so drastic here as they are on a regular track. Most of our tracks in the circuit are asphalt. And anytime you guys know, you go out and if you have a piece of asphalt that lays next to a piece of sidewalk and it's on a 90-degree day, you go and stand on the asphalt, and Doug, you're looking to jump in the grass or something. You go and stand on that concrete, and you can stand on that concrete. So, when people ask, well, what's the difference, between concrete and asphalt as far as racing? That's the big deal. You can usually make these tires last a little bit longer as long as you just don't, drive them right into the ground. But, the temperature, doesn't change as much on these. Even though it does change, the way they feel and stuff like that, it's really not a big deal. Hearing that the 04 might have had some issues there, Doug. I'm sorry, the 4 car.
Yeah, the 4 machine of Dennis Wright. I was just watching there. You talking about someone having an old crap moment there, Kevin? Dennis Wright looks like he got up the end of the wall, cut a tire down, and we got the caution flag flying now. It looks like, but it looks like Dennis had got up and got into the wall there, kind of cut down that right front, right in front of several other cars. He was finally able to get it down off the wall. But that number 10 of DeMarco Starks came through. I mean, he almost had nowhere to go. There were several cars. I mean, they had to drop down to about 60 miles an hour, really on the binders hard to keep from missing Dennis. And that 10 car of, DeMarco Stark really had him. You couldn't have fit a piece of paper between himself and the wall when he got around that number 4 Dennis Wright.
That's it. And number 4 is had too much damage. He's had to pull behind the wall. And that's one of our chasers, Doug.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Kevin, one of the other guys I just noticed pulled it behind the wall there about 5 laps ago was the Christian Vasquez machine. That 08 had some issues, too. As we're watching the replay here, looks like Dennis just got down, just got down into the corner there and, a little too hard and tried to correct it. It looks like that right front just blew out on him, just got in there too hot. And like I said, we're up into that wall. If you see Marco Starks went by there on that outside, that was very close, very tense moment for this guy.
Yeah, you look on board now. Yeah, you look on board now. It's like he had his hands full going into that corner.
Yeah, that he did. If you go on board here, it's amazing. You can see he beat the car up really well. It's no surprise he's heading down, put it behind the garage there. He got down in the corner there. You can tell the moment that right front let go. So that thing went to a hard right, and it was just Dennis was just hanging on for the ride then at that point. And it looks like it actually might have kind of blew on him just after the start-finish line there, and took all the way down into the corner, before it really just got away from him.
Yeah, and here's one more chance to adjust on that car. I believe we're at the point of the race where you're still going to have to make 2 stops. But this is one thing to keep in mind here, Doug. I mean, basically you're setting yourself up here for 2 stops in this race. I mean, do you want to start thinking maybe on the next stop if it's a short caution, or short run and a caution, maybe taking the right side to get track position? Or do you just want to throw, 4 tires back on it and run with it? You got to try to set yourself up towards the end of the race, but you don't want to sacrifice yourself either. And this is probably one of the critical pit stops for the end of this race.
Yeah, and just like you said, Kevin, this is one of those critical pit stops. This could be your double-edged sword, as they always speak about. If you go in here and you get 2 tires right now, you might pick up a lot of track position on some of these guys. You pick up 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 positions. But at the same time, if you come out here on those 2 tires and this thing ends up going green for another 40, 50 laps, you may have just put yourself behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and all the work you've done right there with that call just go out the window. So, we'll see, though, how many take the 2 and how many take the 4 here. Looks like we got another car taking a hard left turn back behind the inside retaining walls there, back to the garage area. It looks like the 26, Kevin Buchanan, is got some kind of issue going on too, Kevin, that's calling it tonight.
Yeah, like you said, it's after lap 200 or 400 here that those little engine gremlins and suspension gremlins and drive line and all that stuff, they start showing up. And another thing that we really didn't talk about here, Doug, it could, we're thinking, the track is changing and all that. The amount of camber that you put into this car, in the right front tire, that's going to set up your long run. Some of these guys might be a little concerned about how much right front camber they have in it. Doug, it doesn't matter. You could have a tire made of steel, but you get that right front hot enough, and it will literally want to roll right off the rim and tear the bead up. So you got to wonder if maybe that was some of the story with the 4 having a little bit too much camber. You'll get away with it in the early part of the race, but as we put more rubber down on this track, and that tire wants to grip, it's literally trying to tear that tire off of that rim. And that's a bad thing to happen, especially going in the corner here at 140 mile an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you said, Kevin. I mean, you get too much camber into it, especially if you get it on that inside part of the tire. It starts getting all hot and down in there. And, it'll literally melt the bead right off that tire and pull right away from the tire. Or, sometimes, like you said, it's a lot of stress being put, on that inside part of the right front, especially if you got a lot of camber in there. It heats it up that much worse, And then you got a right front tire, failure altogether, consistent with what we saw where with Dennis Wright. As we get the green flag here, we're off a restart. Looks like Mando has been able to figure out that the whole restart thing now, Kevin. The last 2 restarts of his actually looks really good.
Yeah, it looked like he really anticipated that start a lot better. I got to believe this youngster has got to get out front if he wants to try to win this race. I think sitting here and riding behind the 3, he's not really been able to make any kind of move on him whatsoever. It seems like it takes about 2 or 3 laps for his car to get going on the early part of the tire run. I really think it's going to come down here sooner or later. Those chances, those opportunities to get out in front of that 3 are getting very slim. He's in a good situation to the point. It's not saying you have to bonsai it in there, but basically before long you're going to have to just make a run at it and try to get out there and get out front and see what your car can do in clean air.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, I mean, at some point, you know, you gotta put that. You know, as the old slogan goes, if you're not the lead dog, the view never changes. And you know,
right.
Bando's gotta make that view change. But I tell you, another hungry young man I'm looking at right there behind Bando and making the most out of a good situation that, you know, been dealt to him. Is that the 04 Justin McLucas, who is, you know, running right there behind Bando, not very far off that back bumper. You know, that young man is. If he finds the chance to get around that number 33, of course, he's going to, you know, make that move. He's going to try to work toward the front because, you know, he's another one of those guys you referred to, talked about, you know, during pre-race, Kevin, that he's not in the chase. He's out here running for pride, and he's running for wins right now. Points don't mean nothing at this point, so to speak.
That's it. And, you know, we really haven't had a chance to kind of run through the whole field tonight, as we've had a lot of action going on. Everybody's spread out, and probably this is the first time we've seen where we got some kind of formative with the positions here. We're still a little bit spread out. We got different numbers running in and out, but what an opportunity right now to possibly go through this field and set it up for the end of this race.
Yeah, of course. We got you know, we're kind of taking a look back here at Howard Wilbrick. You know, he's had a real good run going for him earlier throughout the night, but you know, been, you know, falling on a little bit of a hard time here. You know, and was able to, you know, work himself back onto the lead lap to wave around the truck. So, you know, he's making the best of what was a bad situation earlier in the night for him. So, you know, then we look right in front of him at that number 16 of Brian Lee. You know, we spoke about him overcoming a lot of adversity, Kevin, over the last couple of weeks, you know, with how he's been able to do that. And he just got around the 7 just before we switched there, and you know, moved himself up.
Got a caution on the speedway, Doug. Got a caution. Not sure where it's at. Got a caution. Oh, the 54 and the 12. It looks like just past the end of pit road. Not sure what happened there.
Man, that's a rough way to go to. After so much work done on that 54 to get it back into the race after he had those ignition problems, you know, about 100 laps ago, he gets back into the race, starting to make up a few positions, and you know, gets involved with the 12 now. So unfortunate incident tonight for the 54 and for the 12 in that position.
Yeah, and you know, it's like as if the night can't get any worse. When you get wrapped up in an accident, we'll try to get a replay up as soon as we can and figure out what happened there. But 54 got heavy damage as we see the replay, Doug.
Yeah, it looks like as they were coming off the corner here, the 12, looks like Hinkle just got down there and clipped that apron, you know, just right a little bit with that left front and kind of tossed him straight up the track there. And the 54, who was running, you know, a couple car lengths right back behind him there, once Hinkle let off the throttle, you know, to try to correct that car, just didn't have the time to really, you know, get on the binders and slow that car down enough like he had never seen coming up out of turn 4 there. Just got right into the back of Hinkle and both of them into that inside retaining wall.
Yeah, and you know, and that's somebody we haven't really talked a whole lot about the last 2 races, not alone tonight, Doug, it's the 12. Coming to this chase, not sure what position he came in the chase, but had a good season, got in, and just has not had the results that he's been looking for. Just had, you know, a bad start to this chase, and it looks like it just got a little worse.
Yeah, that Hinkle, like I say, he had a good run throughout the year. You know, was able to stay inside that top 10 in the points, but finds himself after last week, he dropped 1 position down into the, you know, he dropped to 9th, losing 1 position last week. So, you know, I'm sure that's going to cause a couple more issues there on his point standings tonight. But, you know, there'll be a few guys who, you know, we may have some problems with dropping in a point, you know, tonight after this is all over with. But Hinkle, you know, may lose a couple of positions after that incident.
Yeah, and you know, Doug, we're seeing the 15 stayed out, and trying to find who else might have stayed out here. But I do know from reporters on pit road, the 04 took 2 right side tires. So he's the first one that we've seen take 2 tires. We talked about it. We said somebody was going to do it, and the 04 took 2 tires to get out front. So we're going to see right here. We know he's got a strong car. He was battling those guys at the beginning of that restart right there. So we know he's got a good piece. But we're going to see what those 2 tires do against the guys that have 4s now.
Yeah, it may be a just a strategy move right now too, like we saw with Dwayne Hall a lot earlier in the race. Is to get out there on those 2 tires, see what this car is going to do. In clean air, Kevin, without that dirty air. And, it may be something he's possibly starting to think, towards the end of the race, if we get a short run there towards the end and, just what he can do and what the car's going to be able to do, this might be something he's trying to set up for the end of the race now at this point.
Yeah, we figure there's 11 cars on the lead lap, so the worst he can do is fall back to 11th spot. And like you said, Doug, this is the time that you want to try this stuff. You don't want to wait to the end. You want to know what you've got. I haven't seen the 7 car come to pit road. Maybe he's going to stay on old tires, which I think is a big mistake out here. I think you got to at least have 2 tires coming out here, because we've ran a few laps since that last restart, and your tires are already up to operating pressure. So typically on a restart, they don't like that. The tires are pretty angry because you've got some air pressure, and so I don't agree with what the 7 does, but Doug, we have been proved wrong before, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is going to make for a very interesting restart if Wildrick does stay out there now in that number 7 machine. As you got, the 7 of Wildrick out there who did not take any tires. Then alongside him, you got the 04 who took 2 tires. And then you got Louis Bussa, Ben Bando, Kevin Kelly Jr., Brian Lee, Chris Melton, Ben Britton, all those guys on brand new 4 fresh tires. So this could be this could be a very interesting restart here, Kevin.
That's it. And we're looking at a 16 who looks like he's going to line up behind the 33 as long as they stay the way they are. The 7 stays out. And how patient is the 16 going to be? The 33's had some issues on restart. You got to wonder. 16 might not be as patient as these other guys have been to the run of this race.
Yeah, and as we pass pit lane there one more time, it looks like Wildrick is committed to this strategy, Kevin. He's going to stay out there as they're lined up double file. Looks like this is the one to go right here. So we're going to be going green flag racing here next time by. So. It's definitely going to call for an interesting situation here with guys up front, with no tires, and, one with 2 tires. And then you got a bunch of hounds right behind them, hungry with 4 tires. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a 3 wide by the time we hit turn 1.
Yeah, Doug, if I'm starting here, I'm right where the 33. I'm loving this because the 04 I think is going to be able to go on the outside of this 07. He's going to drive down to turn 1, and he's just it's not going to be there. If I'm the 3, I'm a little concerned because I got a slow car in front of me, and I got some fast cars behind me. So this is one of those recipes for disaster. If everything don't go right, it's going to be one heck of a restart.
Yeah, it could, as the old proverbial saying goes, the pot is about to get stirred here, I think, Kevin. So we're going to see how this plays out as we get into turn 1. As we see the pace car duck off heading down pit road here. So as we come off of turn 4 here, we'll be getting the green flag, and we'll see what does transpire at that point. So it's going to get real interesting.
Yeah, the 04 got a bad start, but I still think that he's going to be able to prevail on the outside. But look at the 3 coming on. He knows he's got to go. He knows he's going to have the tire advantage on the 7. So kind of a bad restart. The 04 probably kicking himself in the butt there.
The interesting thing there too, Kevin, you got the 87 trying to get underneath the 33 as, McLucas has also jumped in there and moved back into the 3rd place position now. But, I thought one of the guys was going to be loving that the way it started out there was Louis Bussa. If he'd have been able to get under the 7, put some distance, between himself and Ben Bando right there, put about 3 or 4 cars, it might have been the best thing Louis could have done. But it looks like Wildrick has been able to hold up to number 3 of Louis Bussa on those old tires right now as these guys are still trying to get heat built up on the tires.
Yeah, and the 04 is right in the tire track to the 3 here. And you got it. I'm interested to see what these 2 tires are going to do. I'm actually really interested that the 4 old tires on the 7 car, have been hanging on. But as we get a couple laps in here, and now the 3's tire pressure starting to come up, he's just hunting them down within the next lap and a half to 2 laps. I think he's going to have that position. But really interested on seeing what the 04 is going to be able to do here with 2.
Yeah, same here. That's what I'm thinking too, Kevin. But, I'm kind of watching. It looks like this 7, like we documented, he's out there on those older tires. He just doesn't look like he's able to grip right there on the very bottom, just like Lewis and even McLucas are able to do underneath there. So, you know, if he slides up and slides to the ditch, you know they're going to be looking to take that bottom groove away.
That's it. And here in the 27 is now the lucky dog. He battled back from 3 laps down. It is now the lucky dog, so you know he's praying for a caution right here. He's had a good car the whole race. He's kept it clean. Got a little bit of right side damage on that 27, but he's there with a lucky dog opportunity and ready to pounce on that right now. So you know, Doug, he'd love to come in and put 4 tires on it and get up here and get leader.
Yeah, you know he definitely would. He's been able to prove he's definitely got a good car out there tonight, Kevin. And like you said, he's been able to keep that thing pretty well clean, even running back there in the pack with a lot of these guys he's been running with. He's been able to stay patient, keep his mindset just right, calm himself down, and is making a good run out of what could have been a disaster for him here tonight, and battling back 3 laps down, and right now on the brink of getting back on the lead lap. So that would be a huge break for him.
Yeah, and Doug, I'm really amazed at the 7 car is able to stay out of here like this. We said a couple laps that he'd probably be losing that lead, but he is hanging tough right there. And the car looks a little tight right there in the center. And the 04 is creeping right up there with the 3. As the 3 gets off the corner a little bit loose there, allows the 04 to come up on him. This could get real interesting right here as he slides underneath the 7 to turn.
Yeah, it looks like McLucas is able to follow suit and go right underneath, like you said. He's following in the tire tracks right now of Lewis Butler. So the 04 McLucas, up into second place now is Ben Bando, and that 33 is also able to clear Wildrick there and move himself up into 3rd position. So, we got a bit of a 3-car, the top 3 we've seen a lot of tonight, which looks like McLucas is definitely, even with those 2 tires, able to stay right there with Lewis Butler, right on his back bumper.
Yeah, and something, the 33 right there to me, Doug, is showing a little bit of vulnerability right there because we've not seen him, and I know this is pretty bad to say for everybody at TV land out there. We really haven't seen him no worse than second most of the race. And it looks like he loses the nose on that 33 a little bit, being tucked up behind the 04 and the 3 right there. He's really not making a lot of ground up on the 04. He's staying pretty consistent. Car doesn't look horrible. But this is going to be a true test, too, also for that 33 to see how his car acts behind a couple cars. He's been drafted behind the 3-car all night long, and now he's got 2 cars in front of him. It's still amazed with that 07 hanging right there.
Yeah, that 7-car is definitely hanging in there right there in 4th, right in front of the 5th place machine of the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., and if you look right behind Kevin Kelly, guy we talked about a little bit earlier, you referred to him several times tonight. That's Seth Gate. Chris Melton has snuck his way up into the 6th place position now after getting back on the lead lap. So, we talked about those 2 guys, McLucas and Melton. Both were behind the 8 ball for a lot of this race tonight.
Something happened to the 3 there. Something happened to the 3 big time going in the corner there. Doug, don't know if we have a replay available or not, but just caught him. 3-car got really wide there in the corner and had to let the 04 go. Don't know if that was designed for the 3, maybe to hook up with the 33, and which could be. They wanted to get their cars together, but the 3 got pretty high in that corner.
Yeah, it was interesting there. I don't know for sure. That might have been part of a strategy plan, like you said, Kevin. So we'll have to kind of take a look at the replay here. I'm not sure what happened there myself. Looks like, kind of looked like it was planned, because he definitely just, like he didn't turn in the corner, and then, once the 04 got back, tucked right back down the line, right in front of Bando, and continued moving like nothing had happened. So, kind of looks planned to me from this point.
Yeah, as we say that, they turn around and team right up and draft right by the 04, so definitely planned on the 3 at 33. Everybody out there in TV land, this isn't a restrictor plate track, but draft does work here. So it looks like, that was designed, Doug. They wanted to hook up and try to draft back by that 04.
Yeah, but I think one of the questions we were asking a little bit earlier, Kevin, if you look back in 8th place right now, that number 7 car, Howard Wildrick, in those old tires, stuck up on the outside, losing positions and falling like a rock right now. Back there in 9th place position already, fell back to 9th. And currently, looks like the 12 of Jerry Hinkle, you know, going to be next in line to try to take advantage of that. But yeah, he's definitely losing some positions quite frequently now.
Yeah, we were saying, you know, the 04 took 2 tires, and I can see that. You want to see what it's going to do, but simply to come out here and not take tires and try to stay, you know, up in there. Maybe we're trying to bank on a quick caution, but even then, if the caution comes out, you're going to have to come in to get tires. You're going to lose all that track position. I agree, track position is king here. It always will be. You need to be out front. You can't be in the back. But as we've seen him fall all the way back to the 9th position now, Doug, he's running a half a second slower than the cars up here. And that tire wear is not going to get any better. It's going to get worse. And then you're going to find yourself being a lap down under a long green flag run. And you don't even have to run that long, Doug. It's just a few laps. You start running a half a second slower than everybody else, you'll find yourself with a leader on your butt real soon.
Whoa, looks like the 32 of Barton. Oh, and Wilderson collected as well as Dale. Several cars right on the front stretch. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Yeah, looks like the 32 just kind of lost the rear end of it coming up out of 4 right there. Nice lazy spin with cars all around him and collected quite a few cars there. That was a pretty good one there, Kevin.
Yeah, and again, it looks like the same thing that happened to the 28 car, Doug. Just lost the rear of it coming up out of the corner. That coil binding effect, like I said, you run it hard for a couple laps, and you will make that right rear tire angry. You build the tire pressure up. And once that pressure's in there, it's not going to go anywhere. You're stuck with it. You might be able to get the temperature to go down a little bit, but once the air pressure builds, it's like adding a spring in there. And every lap that you run it harder, you just make it harder and harder to turn.
Yeah, it just gets harder and harder to turn. But looked like Barden, you know, they come out of that corner. Looks like Barden just kind of, you know, that rear end came right around on him, just lost grip altogether, and you know, spun it down off the apron or down off the bottom and right up into 7 of Wildress. Really didn't have much of anywhere to go right there, and you know, got collected up in that as well as looks like several other cars were also involved in that one, unfortunately.
And you know, we're on board with the 88 looking at what happened there, but Doug, you can't help but think of this. The 7 decided to stay out. The 7 decided to stay out on old tires, and look what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, he was losing quite a few positions, just like we documented there, Kevin, and then, you know, got back in there around some of those other cars in some of that dirty air, and, you know, unfortunately, no fault of his own, got caught up in someone else's mess, and, you know, now he's, you know, possibly going to lose a lap or two here out of this by the time he gets that car, you know, fixed up and back out on the track.
Yeah, and what, you know, look at this strategy. It's great, Doug. The 04 last time took 2 tires. He hung around in there, was running around in 3rd spot. Now he can come in and take 4 tires. Man, is it a race off of pit road. Man, 3 cars, the 87, the 34, and a 16, all 3 wide coming out of the pits right there. And that's why we call it the most craziest pit road on the circuit, Doug.
Yeah, this pit road, it can play havoc on a driver, Kevin. I mean, especially it's a very small, we talk about the track being small and narrow. It's about at least double the size of what you see on pit road, you know. And, you know, you come out of there at times, you can have cars 2, 3 wide, but it won't last for too long because this thing is very narrow. And actually, realistically, it's 2 lanes, but, you know, you can almost fit 3 in there, and putting 3 in there, though, is not a preferred thing to do.
That's it. As we look at, we're on lap 280 of 400, Doug. The 27 finally got back on the lead lap. So it shows just how long it takes to get a lap back here, and the patience you have to get it back.
Yeah, because that's definitely been a long work in progress for Dale Reynolds and that number 27 machine. As he's been about, I would guess, at least 100+ laps trying to work back himself onto the lead lap, work himself back onto the lead lap here, and you know, his perseverance has finally paid off. He'll get back up onto the lead lap here, you know, so that'll put him up into the 12th place position now. So he's definitely going to be looking to, you know, use the patience that he learned and use a little more aggression now, so to speak, too, and try to get himself back up to the front, you know, to try to fight this out at the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing right now. You know, he's battled back. He's been, you know, way in the back. He's battled back to being back on the lead lap. But what you got to do, you got to be careful. You're starting behind all these cars again, so you got to pick and choose. Really, to get up front and be a contender, he needs a caution. He's already in a lead lap. He's got to battle through these lap down cars. And again, they're not just going to pull over and let him go. So he'll be starting from the back. And then he's got to pick his way through and hope to get a caution and come in. You know, maybe he might be able to, if we go out green right here, we're definitely going to have to stop again. You know, you're looking at a two right side tire situation or something like that for him. You got nothing to lose. Again, he has to gain maximum points here that he can get, you know, starting behind the 8 ball. This is the first race of the season. So, like I said, last week a second place finish, and he's got himself back on the lead lap here, and just basically point racing right now. But you can bet if a caution comes out, boy, he's going to be back up to those leaders. He's going to be fired up and ready to go.
Oh, you can guarantee that, Kevin. But you know, it looks like we're going to have quite a few guys trying to take advantage of this quick caution that we just went through here. You know, so it looks like we got about 4 cars that are going to try to take the wave around here, Kevin. As we saw a little bit earlier, you know, that number 12 of Jerry Hinkle decided he stayed out for a lap there, try to get that bonus point for a lap led tonight. You know, try to make all the best he can out of a rough night here in the points series. You know, over the BSU Cup series. And, you know, but some of these other guys are going to be trying to take advantage of that same strategy, you know, one of which being that number 99 of Dominic LaRusso, who we talked about a little bit earlier, was having, you know, a few struggles there throughout the night, but that'll put him back up on the lead lap. So that'll move us up to a total of 13 cars on the lead lap now at this point.
That's it. And again, you know, we're worried about the 33 start. These guys behind him, they know it's go time now. Looks like he's going to have the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. behind him. And a 78 of Chris Milton right there in third spot. You know, the teammates, I'm sure they're chatting back and forth, but you're in a situation here where you really can't let off and let somebody go and you know, get down in front of you or something like that, because the guy behind you is going to be balled up and ready to go. So it's one of those deals where the 33 is going to have to be on his game here again, or he's going to have a lot of people right up the bumper on that car.
Yeah, that's a given there, Kevin. Once we go on this restart, which looks like we get the one to go right here. So, you know, these guys, you know, are behind Bando tonight in at 33. You know, at some point too, not only does the patience wear thin, but you know, you start thinking as a driver in that car, you know, hey, bud, you know, you've had a bad restart. I've been nice once. I've been nice twice. It's going to come to the point that, you know, you're going to see 3 wide coming just past that start-finish line, or you're going to see, you know, a nice, what's the word I'm looking for here? The chrome horn's going to come to view.
That's it. You know, it's like Dale Sr. used to say, it's like lead, follow, or get the heck out of the way. And that's what it's going to be here. The 33 has gotten better the last couple restarts. So we think maybe he's got that figured out. As we see the 27 moving all the way back to his lucky dog position there. It's going to be a dogfight here. 33 needs to get a good start. I don't know that he's really challenged the 3 all night on the lead. I think he's pretty much settled in and got down behind him. But like you said, Doug, this car's behind him ain't going to wait too much longer.
Yeah, and just like you said, Kevin, I mean, Bando trails Lewis Butler by 5 points in the points championship. So at some point, you know, in this chase, it's going to come down to the fact that friendship kind of going to go out the window, and it's every man for himself if we get the green flag here. And it looks like Bando got a pretty good jump that time as they head off into turn 1 here. But you know, as usual, Lewis Butler was able to clear him due to that inside line, you know, being the preferred groove, as Bando's able to tuck down in second place right up behind Buster's back bumper, you know, in front of Chris Melton here going into 3.
That's it. And actually, for the first time, it looked like the 3 actually got a bad restart there, and the 78 kind of helped him out, saying, hey, man, I'll lay the bumper on you straight away, get you going here as they settle in. The 78 kind of had to back out of it there and let him gather everything back up, but they're pretty much single file right now. This has been all night, the 3 and the 33. But we got a different player in third. Got that 78 there, and I think that he can get in between these guys and go to the front.
Yeah, and one of the guys, you know, I was surprised out there. I'm looking back here in 10th place at Howard Wildrich. You know, he was able to stay on the lead lap there. Looks like he went down pit road twice, you know, once to get that damage fixed. and then wants to, of course, get tires and such on that car. But, Wilders is able to stay on the lead lap there, currently running back there in 10th, challenging Darren Binge in that number 15 machine for the 9th place position right now. But done a really good job of keeping that car on the lead lap and taking care of that thing so that, getting the damage fixed quickly, making 2 stops out of it, and staying on the lead lap. So that's going to be something that will definitely help out Wilders here by the end of this race.
That's it. And somebody else we haven't talked about all night long, haven't mentioned his name one time tonight, Doug, is the 23 of Frankie Samato, sitting there riding around in 6th place as we see the 78 get underneath of the 33. Doug, as they go on the backstretch, that's the first time we've seen somebody get really aggressive with the 33. 16's trying to fill that hole. I think they know they need to keep these cars separated now as the 16 runs right on the back of the 33. So let's see if the 3 does that planned design of dropping out of line and picking that 33 up, and they draft up there. If I'm the 78 and I'm the 16, I'm not letting those guys get together. I'm going to do whatever I can to keep them apart.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, because those 2 guys have pretty much ran together all year. They all know exactly that those guys like to run together. They run well together. And when you get the 2 of them together, it's almost like an unstoppable force, out here. And, if you got a good chance of toppling either Louis Bussell or Ben Bando and keeping them away from a win, you got to keep them apart from each other. And that's what these guys have got to start thinking about right now. And if Brian Lee can actually get that car to get the speed he needs out of it, get underneath Ben Bando, he may be able to bring that 87 along with him. And if you can get about 3 cars between that 3 and the 33, you might have a good shot at taking home a new winner tonight.
That's it. And I'm seeing a little bit of a cat and mouse game here going on between the 3 and the 78. You see the 78 get huge runs getting into the corner. I think the 3 is just letting up just a little bit to get that 33 back up to him, as the 87 just went on the outside of the 16. What a power move right there by the 87. He wants to get up here and play with these guys. But I'm like you, Doug. I think that they got to separate these cars. If they want a chance tonight to get another car in victory lane, they got to separate these 2 right here. And I think the 78 is just very content riding right there, and won't be surprised if the 3 pulled out, he'd pull right with him.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit right there. But yeah, like you said a little bit earlier there, very nice move by Kevin Kelly Jr. and that number 87, going on the high side to get around Brian Lee in that 16. Flexed a little muscle right there, showing that he's got something under the hood of that thing, and he's ready to take it towards the front. So move him up to the number 4 position there, and it looks like he's starting to close in just a little bit on Bando right there in that 33. So I don't look for Kevin Kelly Jr. to get up there and ride around right behind these guys for too long without making a move.
Now, and it looks like he's getting into the corner really good, especially right there. You see he runs right up on the 33 there. So you got to wonder, the 78 up there working with the 3, not necessarily by design, but I think the 3 knows, hey, I want to run with your teammate in the 33, but I also got to get up here and I got to do what I got to do to try to win this race. As always, the 78 got a little loose, so he gathered it up real nice as we're sitting at just like 105 laps to go. And I think the 3 knows now, look, I can't wait for you. My teammate in the 33, I got to go. And, if you can get around the 78, we'll hook up. But I tell you, the 3 is putting on the coals on the fire right now because I think he knows he's got to go.
Yeah, it's definitely getting about that point of the race where, they've got to start doing something here. The 33 is looking inside the 78 now. So as they go into turn 1, they're side by side here. It looks like the 33's got the preferred line down on the inside, but the 78 is fighting him hard up on that outside. But coming down off the corner and into the back stretch, looks like the 33 is going to clear and move Ben Bando up into 2nd place. 78 Chris Martin was able to close that hole as soon as he got through, to keep from the train from forming underneath it, but coming on by. But Brian Lee is down on the inside right there. He's looking to make something happen on Justin McLucas there to take over that number 5 position.
Look at the 04, the run he is getting. Man, the 04 is on a mission.
Yeah, Justin McLucas is definitely looking to get the most he can out of that lucky dog he got. And looking at the speeds at the line right there, it looks like the quickest car on that lap was Frankie Samato, and his second quickest was Ben Banfield. So Samato still got some speed underneath that car of his own. So you know, he may be something that we look at to play a factor in. He may be playing that quiet game to sneak in there towards the end, Kevin.
That's it. And, you know, back up front, we look, and the 3 and 33 are right where they want to be. The 78 couldn't get it done, keeping those guys separated right there. You know, it's not from lack of trying. It's just, you know, the way it is. You got to wonder if the 78 might have run it just a little bit too hard. And now he's still on the end. But as we say that, he runs right back up on the back of the 33 again, Doug. So I don't think he's done. And we got these top 5 cars, actually top 7 cars right now. Make that top 8 if you keep going through it. What a battle here with 100 laps to go.
Yeah, these guys they are pretty much nose to tail through all that. And another guy trying to make things happen out of what was a dismal night for quite a while, moving underneath Darren Benz right there to move himself into 9th place is that number 27 of Dale Reynolds, who, you know, he's starting to make his way forward now after getting that lucky dog, starting way back in the back of the field there behind all the lead lap and lap down cars. So he's moved up, got Ben Britton at number 34 in his sights up in 8th place and starting to close up on him also. So Dale Reynolds definitely still got a car underneath him and is starting to make something happen with it.
Yeah, and you know, the 27 had time, you know, to think about what he needed to make that car faster. He's obviously got it dialed in. He's taking care of, like I said, got a little bit of right side damage on. Doesn't seem to affect that car at all. And he's driving it right in there, just past the 34 for 8th position. He's on a mission, and you know he wants a caution right now because he's right up inside that top 8 right now. And I tell you, he is right on the line, Doug, going around the corner there. It looks beautiful coming off, carrying a lot of speed down the straightaway. He could be a factor if he could get up there.
Yeah, he's definitely still got a car underneath him, Kevin, and he's doing all he can with it right now. As you see, looks like McLucas got a little loose there coming up off the corner. Had to chase it all the way down the track to get back a hold of it. But Dale Reynolds is definitely coming. He's picking up positions, and he's starting to close in on Frankie Tomato in that 7th place position. Picked up about 2/10 right there on him. So Dale is, like you said, he's a man on a mission, and he's looking for the front now.
Yeah, and you go, someone that we haven't really talked about this whole race. We talked about a while ago, you know, with the number 7 car. Wildrick had no tires, went all the way back there, almost got himself messed up with an incident there in that last caution. But he's riding around there in 11th. The car doesn't look too bad. He's, you know, I think he's got a little bit of damage, but not nothing that could keep him from running up front. So he's another one that, you know, there's a lot of guys out here, Doug, that just want that one more caution. Just give me that one more caution, and I think I can get up, you know, get myself a top 5 or maybe even win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's quite a few cars out there, and I think it's going to take, Kevin, just like we talked about earlier, you've got to break up the 3 and 33. There is, I don't see any other way of, you know, taking home a win tonight other than something, you know, either they have some kind of pit road issue or, you know, you break them apart. But every time these two get together, they just, you know, kind of take off and get away from the field. So you've got to break those two apart.
That's it. And Doug, as we were talking about that, the 27 got himself another one. He is up to P7, working on P6, is clearly faster visibly on the track. Haven't watched the stop clock yet. Got to be one of the fastest cars on the track, and he is mowing cars down. He's got 2 positions in front of him. He has got that 27 EPR Chevy dialed in, and he is making the most of the situation as the speeds are at the line.
Yeah, he's definitely got a head of steam coming, and he's pulling right up on the back bumper of McLucas and kind of looked to the outside there for a moment like he was about to try to make a move there on the outside, but, you know, tucks back in, but he's definitely running right on the back of him. And Dale Reynolds, you know, second fastest that lap, just 2/100ths of a second slower than Ben Bando, who was the quickest there. So he's definitely got to create a car that can keep pace with the leaders. So he's just got to get through this traffic and get up there to them to do it.
Yeah, and as we were talking all that, the 87 got by the 78 of Chris Melton. So the 78 is like, hey guys, I'm here to party. I want to get up here and run with you guys. So flexing, like you said, flexing a little bit of muscle late. The 87 But I'm with you. I think they have to separate that 3 and 33 if anything's going to happen, Doug.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can really see at this point in the race. The only way you're going to take these two down is to divide and conquer, so to speak, Kevin. But kind of watching back here, it looks like the 54
looks like we got a caution on the speedway.
Spin there.
Yeah, looks like we got a caution on the speedway. So the 27 is licking his chops right there, Doug.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dale Reynolds is probably looking for at this point. He's got that car. He knows he's still got a good car underneath him. He may have used up a little bit of tire there, trying to get through the field, but this gives him a perfect opportunity to get in there and get some four fresh Goodyear Eagles, thrown on that machine and, start making hay once again back towards the front.
Yeah, to see the replay here, Doug, 54 just having some issues again. Long night, man. Surprised that thing is still running.
Yeah, that Chapman is, he's been plagued with several issues, so to speak, tonight. First of all, being that electrical problem that put him about 35, 36 laps down, and then right there, it looks like he just kind of touched the apron a little bit, and, once he got in that apron, that, as we see with everybody, it goes right up the track once you lose that grip, and it's so hard to recover and puts in that outside wall.
Yeah, and it looks like he's probably done for the night, Doug. Just not going to get the finish here tonight. He wanted, like I said, they went 36 laps down due to repair. Come back out here and run around and got into a couple incidences. But he might be headed to the hauler with that thing. He's probably glad this night's over and get out of Dover early.
Yeah, it's Dover, the Monster Mile, the old monster here, definitely has definitely took a few bites on Charles tonight, unfortunately, and it's unfortunate to see it happen to Charles, who was looking to have a good run here tonight and kind of make something happen for himself. But the Monster Mile definitely took a chunk out of his car a couple of times tonight, and that you add to that frustrations, the electrical problems from earlier in the race. Just very frustrating night for the 54 machine.
Yeah, and we see another mechanical failure, the 7-car Wildrick mechanical failure, Doug, behind the walls. We said it. It's that time of the race, past lap 200, man, that everything is under such a strain. So we lost another car there. But this is probably one of the, the most critical pit stop right here. We've got like 13, 14 cars, I think, on the lead lap right now. And this could be a very important stop. If we go green, which we can, all the way out here, this could be real interesting.
Yeah, this could be the final, like you say, Kevin. If we go green, the rest of the way from here, as Wilson Bussell gets off pit road first with Bando in second, and it looks like Melton moved up to third, and Junior moving into fourth. So, this is a very pivotal point. This could very well possibly be the last pit stop we see tonight, out of a lot of these guys. So, definitely they got to get those tires in there, get the adjustments made that have to be made for the end. So,
yeah, the other thing is they know they have to separate the 3 and the 33. These guys that are up here racing hard, I look for this restart to be pretty crazy because they know they have to get in between there, so it's going to be pretty messy.
Yeah, and looking at some of the pit stop results right there, the big winners and big losers, it looks like Dale Reynolds, unfortunately, I don't know, he had a rather slow pit stop there, Kevin, but lost 4 positions on pit road, while Kevin Kelly Jr. in that number 87 picked up 2. So don't know what exactly Dale was doing, but he may have been making some adjustments to get ready for this final run now that he's up there with those leaders in that lead pack.
Well, that's the thing. Now he doesn't have to worry about battling through some lap traffic on the restart. He's going to be restarting, looks like, in 7th position there on the bottom. But it's all dependent on the guys in front of you. And wouldn't this be one heck of a time for the 33 to have a bad restart, Doug?
It could happen. It could very easily happen with what we've seen tonight from a 33 on restarts. They've just been treacherous for that number 33. But, I don't think a lot of these guys are going to give as much at this late point of the race. I mean, we've talked about it, Kevin, as what they did earlier in the race. If Bando has a bad restart, he could get a little nudge out of the way by the time they get to turn 1 to go on by.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that little patient meter is completely gone as you see the 32 take the lucky dog there. As a racer, like you said, you have that switch inside. You know when it's time to go. You know when you have to run about 80, 90% or whatever. It's go time now. There's not going to be one person in this field right now that's going to be laying down. They're going to give this car everything that they got on this restart. They know they have to get in between these guys to try to win this race. That's the only option they have. So look for this restart to be really crazy. Hearing out of the 78 camp and the 87, they're going to do all they can to try to keep those two from getting together. It's going to be one heck of a restart, Doug.
I'm sure we got some fireworks coming here, Kevin, as we're coming down towards the end of this race. About, let's see, it'll be about 82 laps when we take the green flag here. So these guys are definitely within pit windows, of making it to the end. So, we may not see any more pit stops here from this time forward as we get the green flag, as everybody gets up to speed. Looks like it's a pretty good restart for all involved that time as we head off into turn 1 here. Looks like Lewis Bus is going to be able to clear Ben Bando, and unless something happens up there, it looks like that second group back there with Chris Melton and Kevin Kelly Jr. looks like they may have lost a little bit of ground to the leaders right there on the restart.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, they're waiting for the 33, to mess up, and he actually nails a restart, so they're kind of caught with the guard down. So now they got to settle in and try to run these guys down. But I'm going to tell you, it would not be surprised right now, within the next 3 or 4 laps, we see some of the fastest times of this race, because these guys know it's go time. They got to go.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this battle, back there behind the leaders a little bit. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and all the way back to 8th. These guys were too wide pretty much the entire first lap, and still really haven't sorted this thing out. As we got guys going high, we got guys going low. As Kevin Kelly Jr. in that 87 is looking underneath Chris Melton. Melton closes the door, but up on the high side there, Justin McCluskey says he's going to try to make the high side work.
Yeah, these guys are just going at it, and look who creeps right back there in 7th place. Who's watching all this stuff? The 27, he wants a piece of this too. And I'm telling you, if the 27 can get by these guys, I think he might have the piece that can go up to the front.
Well, we talked about it, during pre-race, Kevin. Dale Reynolds has the best track record here at Dover, and he would be, in all opinions and all statisticians, rivals there, the pick for tonight. 5 wins in 8 races here, so he definitely knows how to get around this track. He knows how to take care of that car, and he finds himself in a position now to be able to make up for all the problems that he had earlier in the race. And so now it's time to go. But unfortunately, as long as these guys in front of him are still battling it out in position like that, staying too wide, and such, it's just going to hinder his effort and make it that much harder to get up there and catch that first and second place.
Man, the 87, Doug, just all low for the 78 there. Good job on both drivers. Not wrecking right there. Really thought the 87 was going to spin that 78. And talking about the patience meter, it's starting to go the other way. He knows he's got to go. And leaders are getting away, but man, that was close. Thought we were going to have a spin right there.
Yeah, and I tell you, man, those guys are doing a great job. A lot of good battling going on up there. He looks to his inside once again, getting down into turns 3 and 4, and they are very close, almost touched once again right there coming up out of the corner. But so far Melton's been able to hang over to that 4th place position, but looking right behind him, Dale Reynolds has been able to get around a couple cars, moved himself up into the 6th place position now, so he's setting sights on Kevin Kelly Jr. and Chris Melton, that battle we've been watching. So Reynolds is continuing to march forward.
That's it. 27 is liking what he's saying. He's like, guys, you keep taking the too wide, I'll be right there. But the 87, what he could do too is, he knows that 27's coming. He's got a fast car. Maybe let that 27 go and use him as a pick, and then get up underneath of there, and follow the 27 through. You got to do what you got to do, but the 78's just not going to roll over and give it to you. That's for sure.
And if you're in that 78 car right now, you got to be thinking that too, because if you look lined up right behind him, if one car gets by on that inside, there's a line right there, Kevin. And if that one car gets by, it could be 5 cars going by, and you can find yourself, completely out of that top 5 and all the way back into like 10th or 12th as, Reynolds is able to get around, as well as Kevin Kelly Jr. around that 78 Chris Melton, and Brian Lee follows suit too.
Yeah, and I think the 78 knew, what, guys, you're a little bit better than I am. I'm going to just pull over. I'm going to let you guys go and see if you can run those guys down. Kudos to him. He did one heck of a job, trying to hold those guys off. But it just gets to a point to where, it's kind of a gentleman thing. If you're faster than me and I think you can go get those leaders, I'm going to let you go. Still think they need a caution to catch those guys, but we'll find out.
Yeah, and as we were talking right there, Kevin, I was watching that 32 machine of Justin Barton. We've talked several times tonight about the problems he's had throughout the night and the woes he's been having throughout the chase. But looks like he went down pit road and made a hard left over into the garage area. So, that'll retire Justin Barton in that number 32 machine tonight, after he was finally able to battle back and get on the lead lap. But, these guys are, it's definitely not over as we, continue on throughout this race here. But, Kevin Kelly Jr. is definitely running a good run tonight with Dale Reynolds right there behind him. But these guys have definitely got to start messing some time up on those leaders right now to get there in time.
Well, in the 87 to 27, they're teammates. Maybe they're like, hey, we watched the 3 and the 33 all night long draft and work their way through the field and stay out front and all that. So you got two teammates here that might be willing to work together to get themselves backed up there. But you got the 16 that's hanging right on there, and he's like one of those nets you get at a picnic. You sit down to go eat a sandwich, and you always got a net in your face, and you're swatting away, and this and that. He just won't die. You can't get rid of him. You can't find him, but he's always there.
Yeah, Brian Lee seems to find a way in there. That's for sure. Each and every week, and just like you referred to, during the early part of this race, just when you think you can count him out, he comes back and proves you wrong. But going back to what you were talking about there, Kevin, with that 87 and 27 being teammates and thinking, just like the 3 and 33 are doing, getting together, drafting, making up some time, some clutch on each other. If that's the case, the man you have to feel bad for right now is sitting right there in the middle between them in third place, that 04 of Justin McLucas. He's out there by himself. He has no teammates right now. And if that 87 and 27 are working together, and in the 3 and 33, you're just in a bad position if you're McLucas.
That's it. He's probably sitting there going, wow, I'm the odd man out if they do catch. Kudos to him, running a heck of a race. Made that two-tire stop there about 100 laps ago. We kind of questioned it, but it put him in the position that he is to be able to take 4 and race to the end. So kudos to the young man for coming up, with that little bit of strategy. He's not a chaser, as we talked. He's got nothing to lose, so why not gamble a little bit?
Yeah, and he took some chances, especially like you said, Kevin, with that two-tire stop earlier in the race. But that two-tire stop ended up working out for him. He finds himself up there currently running that third-place position. So things fell his way after being a lap down earlier in the race, and he's got to be tickled, to be running right where he's at right now. We've got those leaders still in his sight. So good run overall tonight. McLucas has played strategy exactly how it needs to be played for himself.
That's it. He's another one. Bank sitting here on a caution. Just give me one more shot, at getting this. I got to think that we're going to have one more caution, before the end here. We're sitting around like 60-something laps to go here. So basically, if we did have a situation with about 50 to go, these guys could run these cars pretty hard. We average, 23 seconds, 24 seconds at the end of a fuel run. But they can run these cars pretty hard, so some of them are wanting a caution here, and that way they can take these things up and pump up the air pressures and go after it. But still a long way to go, and looks like it's got that green flag run written all over it.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to settle in here for a nice long green flag run here, Kevin, just like what we saw at the beginning of the race. So tell you what, Kevin, let's step away real quick while we got this nice little run going together and get ourselves a couple of commercial breaks knocked out. That way we can get the sponsors taken care of and get back here and cover this thing up until the end. So we'll be back here to Dover International Speedway here in Dover, Delaware, for the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 presented by NuffWorld TV right after these quick commercial breaks.
Are you looking to start your own professional internet radio station the easy way? Sam Vibe was specifically designed for you. From the makers of Sam Broadcaster, Sam Vibe takes advantage of the cloud to let you focus on what is important, managing and running your station. There are 5 simple steps to get started with Sam Vibe. 1. Sign up for a free account at NuffWORLD.com. No credit card information is required to get a free account. 2. Download and install Sam Vibe. 3. Check your email to retrieve your account information and login details. 4. Run Sam Vibe and enter your username and password. 5. The Sam Vibe Quick Start Wizard shows you the first steps to start your station. Simply upload your music, turn on your station, and tune in. Too easy? Don't worry, Sam Vibe caters for the needs of both novice and professional broadcasters. Sounds exciting? Give it a try. Sign up for free now at NuffWORLD.com to experience how broadcasting should be.
Y'all ain't really ready.
And welcome back to Dover International Speedway here in Dover, Delaware for tonight's running of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 presented by NuffWORLD TV. You know, as we get back here, we got 53 laps of racing left to go here at Dover International, and looks like, just like you said before the break, Kevin, we got settled in here for looks like a long green flag coming up.
Yeah, you know what it looks like? Everybody's pretty much obviously got what they've got, so if you had a long-run car, you're praying for it to go green here and get the best finish. If you're anywhere from 3rd on back to like 5th, you're praying for a caution because you really think you got a shot. And I'll tell you what, the 04 car, he's been knocking off about a 10th, just swapping back and forth every lap. You know, one lap he'll be a little bit quicker and then he'll gain a 10th on him. But looking back and forth and 5th, the 87 to 27, from what I'm hearing from pit road, they're committed to staying together to try to catch them, and they've been knocking off about a half a tenth a lap. So maybe they got a little bit of that strategy figured out too, and they wanted to stay green, they're saying.
Yeah, I was sitting here watching the same thing you just talking about, Kevin. You know, those guys have, you know, in the last 15 laps knocked off close to half a second on that lead pack, and kind of watching up there just in front of them too, McLucas, looks like, just like you said, he's knocking off a little bit too, so not sure what's going on with the front two, but the rest of this crew is starting to make up some ground a little bit here, so it may be something that they're just trying to save tires towards the end, or, you know, they may just be, you know, the cars behind them be a little bit quicker now.
Yeah, and you wouldn't think that draft would play such a big deal here at Dover, but it does. I mean, you know, these straightaways are really long, and you can stay tucked right in the draft of a car and actually, you know, pull away from the other cars that are around you. Especially these guys, I'm sure, are running pretty similar setups, so they're probably not very aero loose or aero tight around each other because the cars are so identical. But you know, the 33 towards the end of the race, you know, he's going to be tired of riding there, and he might try to pull something off. So the rest of those guys better be on their toes and ready to take advantage in case something happens to the 2 half leaders here.
Yeah, because at some point, like I say, especially if you're Ben Bando, like we referred to a little bit earlier, he's 5 points behind Lewis Bussa in the point standing. And right now, I mean, Lewis Bussa has wrapped up the most laps led, hands down, no questions there. So there's those bonus points. He got the bonus point for leading the lap. So, the only way for Bando to make up any points right now on Lewis Bussa is to win this race. So, when it comes down to the end, you got to do something. As I think I heard, Bando will be, if they finish the race just like it is right now, 9 points behind. So he would lose 4 points by finishing second place tonight. So he's got to go for the win.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be some shakeups all through these points. We've had some guys have some really terrible luck tonight in the points. So I think the points is going to do another shakeup. What's going on? Doug, I want to give a shout out here to the 99 car of Don LaRusso. It was about 150 laps ago. We saw the complete side of that 99. One heck of a save down there in turn 3 and 4. And he's riding around in 11th position as we see him get a little bit of loose going off the corner right there as he heads down across the start-finish line. But, he seemed to get that car underneath him a little bit. And, he didn't make the chase. He's out here running as hard as he can. And, he's another one of those guys. It's like, what? It's all about the W. It's not about, whatever. I'm here to try and win. Oh, and I say that. He spins it out, Doug. Going down the turn, he's coming across. I think he's going to keep it green. And, man, as we, wow. I mean, maybe I jinxed the youngster there, Doug, but he holds on to that 11th position. Oh, he just lost it to 12. So, man, just untimely spin for 99 there.
Yeah, that could, happen at one of the worst times too, Kevin. I mean, we're definitely into this final run now. So, he's definitely heated up those tires. Flat spotted those tires after that long slide right there. Nice lazy slide, but he's definitely got those tires heated up. And he's
the 12 gets off the bumper of looks like the 33 got into the back of the 12 and wrecked. I'm not sure if we have that on replay, but the 12 went just spinning down on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like the 12 is going to make it. We're going to keep it green, so he's able to stay off the track. So I was just about to say, which 12
here the caution is out.
And there's the caution. Yep.
Oh, boy, business just picked up here, Doug.
Yeah, with 360 laps completed now, we get the another caution. So that's definitely going to change the whole outlook of things here. Looks like the leaders were just, kind of coming through and, right out of real estate there. Hinkle was up on the high line, and Bando come up a little bit, coming off the, that bottom, as we always talk about, shooting up off of it. They just kind of come together, ran out of real estate, and got together as Lewis Bussa wasn't far from being a part of that himself.
That's it. And, we talked about it again, lap cars. It's just so hard to get out of the way here. You carry so much speed down the straightaway and through the corners. You might be thinking the guy's trying to get out of your way, and you got plenty of room, and he's up high just like the 12 was. And the 33 just kind of lost the nose and slid up there and got into him and spun him out and wrecked him. Could have easily been the 33 on that end of that, Doug.
Yeah, and it looks like all these guys are coming down pit road right now. But I tell you, one of the things I was noticing there too, Kevin, is before all that happened, is it looks like McLucas was actually, really starting to pick up a lot of ground on those top two. So, he may have had a long run car there, and that may have just hurt him.
Yeah, and I tell you, this is a very critical pit stop for these guys right here. You don't want any mess ups here on pit road. No speeding. A speeding penalty is absolutely going to crush your hopes of winning this race. That's for sure. So we're going to see if everybody gets off of pit road real clean here. It looks like we're going to get off pit road unscathed.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis Bussa is going to maintain the lead with Bando coming out second. Justin McLucas coming out in third, and then Kevin Kelly Jr. coming out in fourth. So Melton, though, picks up a couple of positions, comes out in fifth as Dale Reynolds gets out in sixth. So looks like Reynolds lost a position there on pit road. Could have been by design, though.
It very well could have been. But as we said, every restart, these guys have got to get in between the 33 and the 3 to have any chance of winning this race. And I believe we're going to go green here with under 40 laps to go. It's going to be a crazy restart. If these guys have any chance, they got to separate these two. So look for a lot of rooting and gouging.
Yeah, and I wonder on that, Kevin, if, like I said there earlier, you know, that might have been planned by design for Reynolds to lose that one position. So Kevin Kelly will come out, you know, start out in 4th, Reynolds in 6th. They'll be nose to tail behind each other. So, you know, they know they got to break that duo up front. You know, if they're right there together, that could be their prime opportunity to finally break those two apart.
Yeah, and you know, this day and age, with communications the way they are, you know, all these teammates through here, all these teammates are talking, trying to figure out, especially those guys from 3rd on back, how to separate these two cars. It's basically going to take one heck of a restart to get these guys straight. And, you know, once you get past that start-finish line, it's fair game. You know, you can pass anywhere you want. Of course, you got to hold your positioning, not change lanes before the start-finish line. But if you can plan it right and get underneath of a car, the right situation, you can set yourself up. If you do it in an untimely fashion, you'll find yourself getting a black flag and starting at the back of the field. So you got to be careful. Fine line.
Yeah, very fine line. These guys are going to have to walk here, especially on this restart. So, you know, could definitely going to play out interesting. It looks like we'll get to restart with about 35 laps to go, Kevin. So, you know, it's coming down to the wire now, and with all this entire group packed in tightly together here once again, nose to tail, side by side. You know, as they always say, business is about to pick up here now. But,
yeah, that's
like
it. We get ready to go green here. This is going to be crazy restart.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've been given the one to go here, so they're lined up, they're ready to go, and, you know, the green flag is about to fly. There it flies, and they head off. You know, it looks like Bando may have spun the tires just a touch right there. And,
yeah, the
you know, that
04 is
inside
pushing
line
him.
is going.
That's it. The 04 was pushing him, Doug. He seen that little bobble, and he realized that he had to push that 3 to get him out there. He's trying to fill that hole. I don't think he's going to be able to get there. As he drives it way down in there, gets right up on the back of the 33. This is go time, man. These guys have got nothing to lose right here. They got to go for it.
Yeah, they definitely. This is the time to make up all that they can. As Reynolds, unfortunately, got stuck up on that outside here. He's trying to get back together with Kevin Kelly Jr. to get around that 70-80 Chris Melton. Get the two of them back together. Looks like he's been able to clear Melton and tuck back in behind the 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr. So those two have got to be just like the first and second place cars did. They've got to get tucked up nose to tail and start making that position back right now.
Yeah, that's it. And you know the 3, like I said, we talked about it before, he's wanting to help his teammate out for us, you know, to a certain extent, but not to the point to where it's going to cost him the race. Right now, the 04 is just laying the wood. Coming up on the back of the 33 here, he is driving his tail off trying to get to the bumper of that 33. He can get him a little bit loose and get up underneath of him. And heck, Doug, we talked about it. The meter, the patient meter is gone right now. It's to the point where you almost got to lay the bumper to somebody cleanly to try to get by him right now. It's so tough to pass here. And the 04, man, he is digging.
Yeah, he is definitely. He's giving all he's got right now. He's definitely putting the coals to the fire, so to speak. And if he could get in there and get up off the corner just right here on that 33, it looks like he's got a lot better corner entry, as this might be his chance if he's really laid up on the back bumper this time, Kevin.
Yeah, that's it. I think he's got to root him up, or he's got to give him arrow loose. He gets a big run here. I don't think he can do it on the outside. He's got to do it now. He knows the window of opportunity is running out. You know what? He's got to be thinking right now, I got to get these two separated to get a chance. I'll work on this 33. I'll get him loose. I'll try to get under him, and I'll try to work on the 3. But, hey, coming out of here second, it's not a bad deal either. The 04 is just laying it to the 33 right now. He is doing everything he can to try to get in there. But like I said, you know, he's doing everything he can to get in between those two cars and at least trying to get a second place out of this. And the window of opportunity is closing quickly.
Yeah, that it is. And that's 04. Looks like he got a little high in that corner right there. Lost a little distance to the 33, but he may be trying to do a different line there. It looks like he got a lot better run up off the corner this time than what he has been getting. So You know, he may be trying a different strategy here over the next couple laps, and I'm sure he's trying to look at a couple of different options and different lanes and such to get around that 33, because we're all running identical same lines at top 3, so you've got to go somewhere else to make that position, that's for sure.
Well, if you're the 04, you know what? You've got to search around a little bit and try to find a little bit of different arrows and arrows. You see him run right back on it. What it looks like he's doing, Doug, is he's letting out early. He's letting that car roll just a little bit higher, maybe a half lane higher than the 33 is. As the 33 gets loose getting in the corner right there, and then what he's trying to do is pick that throttle up earlier to get that momentum and swing through the corner. But I'm telling you that these guys are messing around, and the 87 and the 27 are now starting to make a little bit of headway. And I'm going to tell you what, before long, we're going to have a 5 or 6 car battle here.
Yeah, this one, it's coming down to the end, just over 25 laps to go, but this thing has yet to remain it's yet to be settled, as there's quite a few players in this game still very much eligible for that win, so, and I don't think this is going to be settled, Kevin, until the last lap.
That's it. And that 04, I'm telling you, he is getting into the corner better than both of these cars are. They might be saving their tires a little bit, but you know what? It's go time. The 04, like I said, he ain't got nothing to lose whatsoever. He's getting into the corner better than both the cars in front of him. They're just basically holding up his progress. And before long, like I said, the 33 is going to get a little nudge here.
Yeah, like you said, Kevin, that patience meter is it's hit empty at this point. As the speed at the line is up, and Justin McLucas is definitely faster than both the cars in front of him. Matter of fact, he's the fastest car out on the track right now. Oh, he put the bumper
to it, Doug. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
he put the bumper to the 33. He says, boy, I'm here. I got to go.
Yeah, I think he's definitely letting Bando know that, hey, you're holding me up. I'm definitely faster than you, and I'm ready to go for that win. So either, as you said earlier, lead, follow, or get the heck out of the way.
That's it. That 04, man, he is digging through the corner. You got to wonder, too, also, Doug, we didn't talk about this. The 33 did get in the back of that 12 for that caution. Could the 33 have messed maybe a fender up or the nose a little bit, and it's starting to affect the way his car is handling? Of course, he's getting that drive off with the draft from the 3 there. But look at the run the 04 gets through the center of the corner. And I'm telling you, it's not getting worse. It's getting better. The 04 is consistently been getting into the corner better than both the cars in front of him, and I'm telling you, he's going to use that bumper again.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see that at all, Kevin, as he's definitely got the fastest car on the track right now. He's turning lap times faster than the top 2 out there, and, right now, it's just, they're all 3 running that bottom line, and it's going to take some sort of effort to, whether it be the bumper to move Bando, or Bando make one little slip up, come up off that bottom, and that line opens up on the bottom, then McLucas is definitely going to fill that position and take the number 2 and start, working on that number 3 of Lewis Buffalo.
Yeah, and the other thing you got to be worried about, too, is I'm sure point racing is just out the window with a 33. But when you start messing around with a driver that has nothing to lose like that 04, then you start messing with your points. As we said a while ago, as it is right now, I think he's 9 points out behind the 3 car. But you could find yourself on the losing end of that if you end up with a car on the hauler out of here because of a guy that was faster than you. So always he hits the apron. And I'm telling you, Doug, it's just a matter of time that 04 is going to get to him.
Yeah, that 04 is putting a lot of pressure on the 33. And, that's something we haven't seen so far tonight. There's a lot of pressure being put on that 33 or the 3 car. And I think it might be getting to that point right now that Ben Bando is trying to watch out the front window and watching out the back window, and it's starting to take away from his concentration a little bit, and he's starting to make a couple of bobbles here. We've seen him go high, and we saw him just there earlier, tap that base.
Whoa, the 04.
Right there and about lost it himself.
That's it, the 04. He got down there and de-wedged that car a little bit and had to hold on to it, and then you got to wonder, did he lose his window of opportunity to get there? He's got about 4 or 5 car lengths he needs to make up. He's been getting into the corner so much better than these 2. He might be able to make it up, but you don't want to burn those tires up just trying to get there. you know, the perfect scenario for him, or the perfect storm per se, for the 04 is that the 3 car and 33 would get racing. We haven't seen none of that the whole race. They've been nose to tail. I don't think you're going to see that with until about 2 to go, maybe even 1 to go. So he's just got to stay in touch with those two in case one of them makes a mistake and try to slide in and get second, or basically drive right through these guys.
Yeah, and it looks like Kevin, he's definitely coming back up there once again. He's definitely got the horsepower. He's got the speed coming up there, and you know, here in another half a lap to lap, he looks like he's going to be right on the back bumper of Bando once again.
Yep, and you know what? He is not saving anything, Doug. He's not saving tires, motor, nothing. He has got that thing dialed in. He must have went in there. He probably went in there and loosened it up just a little bit, knowing it was going to be a short run. And he's not sparing anything. He's got nothing to lose. He's got everything to gain. However, these two in front of him, they got everything to lose. They'll lose the point lead, you know, get a DNF out of this thing, as we had about 15 laps to go. So the 04, like I said, he's just driving it wide open. What's the worst thing? You know, he blows the right front tire and he wrecks or whatever. You know, he's just here to race and have fun. So he's going to do whatever he can to try to get up there.
Yeah, just like you said, I mean, he doesn't have nothing to lose. No, come home with nothing but a steering wheel. Oh, well, I gave it my best shot, you know, at that point. And starting to see right in front of the leaders now, another, you know, could be another factor right there. We're starting to see some lap traffic up there in front of the leaders right now. So that could be a factor here before it's all over with, too, as they're closing in quickly on the Marcus start.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we saw, you know, the 12 earlier just tried to get out of the way, and the 33 lost their nose. They've been running these cars hard. So if you have to do something just a little bit out of the ordinary that you've been doing so far as a lap car, then, you know, that could be a big issue for it. So they want to try to catch these lap cars at the right time. I've watched them kind of get back closer together, nose to tail, and they've kind of inched away from that 04. Not saying it's over, but that 04 gave it a valiant effort. I think he just ran out of tires.
Yeah, I think that when he got down on the apron there and de-wedged a little bit, that was a little more than the tires wanted at that point. May have even heated them up a little bit more than what they needed to, Kevin, and, you know, he started falling back a little bit. And then when he made that one last run, you know, coming back up on them, making up all that ground, that may have been all she wrote for the tires, so to speak, is they're starting to put a little distance on him. But as we said earlier, you know, there's a good chance here that that flat down car could, you know, be some problems there, you know, with lap traffic.
That's it. If we pretty much got what we got up there, we're looking back now. You got the 87, the 27, the 16 battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th. We pretty much settled in up front here. I think we've got about 7 or 8 laps to go. This looks to be one of the best battles right here, unless something happens up front. This is probably the best one we got on the track right now.
Yeah, not a whole lot of battles going on out here on the track right now. Most of these guys are settling in, but it looks like Reynolds was able to get around that 87 of Kevin Kelly Jr., so move Reynolds up into the 4th spot, but Jr. is battling valiantly out there on that high side, you know, with Brian Lee right now trying to keep the 5th place position, as Brian Lee is still on his inside. Reynolds moves up in front of Kevin Kelly Jr. there, so let's see how this runs. We got the lap car up on the high side, so that's going to cause some issues for Jr. He has to relinquish the spot there also.
Yeah, wow, he come right across the nose of the 78, and I'm sure that the 10 had something to do with that, so he slid back. He's now running in 6th position, trying to hold on to that one. Yeah,
a lot of good battling going on right there, and it's, like you said, Kevin, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place position. As, you know, we got a little tense there for a moment with that number 10 car, but, you know, they all sorted it back out and, you know, are moving forward once again. Just unfortunately, those leaders, though, are just kind of setting the pace right now and, you know, leaving everybody, so to speak.
That's it. It's going to come down to these two in the last couple laps, I think, and best thing the 04 can hope is they get too wide and race them for a couple laps. They can pour it up there and take advantage of a mistake, but these guys have been pretty spot on all night, so I don't see them getting too aggressive with each other. If one has a run, I don't think they're going to fight too much.
Yeah, and might have had an interesting moment right there. It looked like the 68 got a little loose up off the corner there as McLucas was coming underneath him and got a little sideways, was able to gather it back in, you know, and McLucas was able to get on through. But looks like Bando, I've noticed the last few laps, he's been trying to look up there on that outside line a little bit through 1 and 2, so I don't know if he's lost maybe some of the handling, or maybe he's just trying to search for a groove to get around that number 3 machine, you know, making it as we come down to take that 398 here. So we're getting towards the end, and something's got to happen quickly if Bando wants to make something happen here.
Yes, it's going to come down to one of these guys either making a mistake or they get racing for anybody else, I think, to have a chance. And I don't think the 33 can get to him. I think there's enough distance there. I think the 3's got this in the bag. That should be the white flag right there.
Yeah, as we come down, we take the white flag right there. So this is it, so to speak. So what you've got to show it now. And it looks like Bussa is actually, just like you said, putting a little bit of distance between himself and that 33. But going down to the corner, Bando drives it in real hard, slides up a little bit, comes up on the outside, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Looks like he lost some speed right there. He split it up, and Louis Bussa will take home the win there tonight.
Wow, yeah, like I said, you probably knew it was going to come down to the last couple laps. You know, I think the 33 may want to try to get out there a little bit earlier. Not sure if he had the car or if that was by design, but you can't deny the fact that those two just basically stayed nose to tail all night long.
Yeah, it looked like it was pretty much the strategy throughout the night was, you know, to keep those cars together like that, keep them glued together, and you know, stay up front.
That's it. Got Dale Reynolds there. I believe he got 4th position out of that, and if you would have said that he had finished 4th at about lap 150, I would have said you were crazy. So he's put himself right back in this chase mix. Not sure where that's going to put him as far as points, but I mean, what a finish here. I mean, we've got Louis Bussa in 1st, Ben Bando in 2nd, McLucas comes out of here 3rd in the 04. Dale Reynolds bringing it home 4th in the 27, and Brian Lee rounds out your top 5, Doug. And again, Mr. Consistency right there.
Yeah, he is finding a way every week to get up there in that top 5, doing a real good job taking care of his car. Even when he finds himself in a bad situation, you know, he battles and he fights and he stays in there to the end. And like I said, brings home another top 5 tonight. So that should inch him a little bit closer up in the points there. So definitely good run by Brian Lee. Congratulations to all of our top 5 finishers tonight. Very, you know, well ran race. So let's drop out of here, Kevin. Knock out a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with some live interviews here at Dover International.
Link engaged.
Welcome to TeamSpeak, advanced voice communication software for any platform. TeamSpeak allows groups of people to communicate and share information with anyone via the internet or through private networks. Using your Windows, Mac or Linux-based computer, all you need is a headset with microphone, and in minutes you can be chatting with others in real time using our crystal clear voice technology. As a pioneer in the industry, TeamSpeak has become one of the most recognized brands in online gaming and voice-over IP solutions. TeamSpeak features include a customizable toolbar, a clickable server icon and support for channel icons, custom graphics and VB code-enabled info panes, detailed user info and support for uploading avatars, firewall-friendly file transfer. Tabs, public and private text chat with logging. Custom skins, themes and sound packs. And much more.
I'm someone that's more than just a casual gamer. It's important to me to have fast, organized, quality voice comms. With TeamSpeak, I'm able to quickly customize user permissions and email a privilege feed to an offline user. So the next time they log into the server, they'll be set up exactly how I want them to be. TeamSpeak also lets us do file transfers, assign player rank, insignia, upload avatars, or create custom skins. For me, there's no better choice out there than TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak is free to use for non-commercial entities. Low-cost professional hosting is also available through our global network of authorized TeamSpeak host providers. For online gaming titles, social networks, government, military, or simulator projects, TeamSpeak also offers a software development kit. The TeamSpeak SDK allows developers to integrate our technology directly into their existing product or service. So no matter which game you're playing or with whom you wish to communicate, TeamSpeak has you covered. TeamSpeak. Flexible, powerful, crystal clear voice communication on any platform.
And welcome back live to Dover International Speedway here in Dover, Delaware for tonight's running of the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 presented by NuffWORLD TV. I'm standing by down here on pit lane right now with tonight's fourth place finisher, Mr. Dale Reynolds, driver of the number 27 machine. I'm telling you, Dale, heck of a run tonight. You proved your mental toughness tonight. Coming from way back, what were your thoughts on, say, about lap 150 after, losing all the position you did and being a few laps down?
Well, thank you very much, DC. It was very crazy indeed. After about lap 100, it was hard to stay focused because we were 3 laps down and 25th at that point, and I really thought that it was over at that point. We got screwed up there with the pit cycle and the caution coming out there, that first caution, and it was really tough, man, to try and to get all that time back, especially with Busta and Bando running as fast as they were. It was really hard to try and take those waiver rounds and try to stay ahead of them. Thankfully the cautions fell the way they did, but it was definitely hard. It was definitely very, very tough.
Yeah, now we were talking up here in the booth, myself and Kevin, as we were broadcasting tonight. At one point in the race, it looks like you had kind of settled in, and kind of went into a points racing mode, so to speak, as you were just trying to pick off one at a time, get the positions you could, and take care of the car there. I mean, was that kind of the mindset you went into towards the middle part of the race, trying to get out of here with as many points as you could?
Most definitely. There was about 4 or 5 different scenarios that kept running through my head. You want to go for it and lay it all out there and try to get those laps back, but there's 4 or 5 different scenarios where you're like, okay, well, maybe if I get this lap back, maybe we can make up this many points, and if I get 2 more laps back, I'll get this many points. Most definitely I guess the good part, we didn't panic. When we went 3 laps down, we just worked hard and tried to get them up 1 lap at a time, and thankfully we did get those laps back. All those cautions were a benefit to us tonight, and just really, really tough. And of course, you try to think you're going into point saving, but just took it one at a time, and thankfully we got them all back.
Now, once like I say, the cautions fell, in your favor tonight, you were finally able to get that one lucky dog, get yourself back up on the lead lap. Did that change the whole scenario of, setting up the car and how you wanted to run it and such now that you had gotten back on the lead lap?
Yeah, a little bit. Now that we had gotten back on the lead lap, I had adjusted the car to be a little more stable in traffic, because just like you said, trying to just bring it home for points, you don't want to take any chances and wreck it. But once we got back on the lead lap, we kind of started changing our mindset on the setup. We did make some adjustments to get a little bit more speed out of it. Obviously, as faster doesn't always mean safer. So, we definitely changed up our game plan there. We definitely had to adjust the car to once we got back on the lead lap, we adjusted the car to be a little bit more faster.
Well, congratulations, Dale Reynolds, on a hard-fought fourth place finish tonight, and best of luck in next week's race. And I'm going to throw it down to Kevin Kelly. I understand, Kevin, you're standing by down on the grid with our second place finisher tonight, Mr. Ben Bando.
Yes, sir. Stand down here with Ben Bando, driver to 33. Man, a heck of a race. You pretty much ran the tire tracks at a 3 all night long. We were watching your restarts, Ben, and it looked like a couple times you were having some troubles there. Was it just too much gear in the car, tires, or what, or just you had to get yourself straight?
Well, the first restart of the race, I tried first gear, and our first gear was just too many RPMs, and, I ended up spinning the tires. But after that, our second gear wasn't that great, but, once we got third and fourth, we kind of pulled on them. And, yeah, the restarts gears weren't that great, but that wasn't what it was going to come down to there, Kevin. It came down to that last run there, and we just came up short.
Yeah, you had one heck of a battle going on with the 04 there. What was your mindset with like 25 to go, and he was running right there on your bumper?
Well, Justin, he's an affiliate with us. I knew he was fast, but I knew he wasn't going to do anything too stupid to mess us up. And I thought he was going to hang on there at the end, but he kind of fell off. But, big props to McLucas hanging on there at the end. But sadly, he did fall off because that gave me a run at Lewis there. I gave it all I had. I could get to his bumper, but I didn't have enough to get the run off the corner to get beside him, and I didn't want to dive bomb him. That would have been not too nice of a move. But it sucks to come up short. We got to go out there and lead some more laps in some of these races. We can't let us lead all the laps and dominate. So, we're looking forward to a better effort next week and try to get the win.
All right, man. Appreciate you hanging out, and one heck of a finish there, man. Looks like you're 9 points out of first, so good luck heading into next week.
Yeah, like I said, thanks, Kelly. All we got to do to gain some more points is go out there and beat that number 3 car, but he's a tough one.
That's for sure. All right, I think we have Doug down there with driver of the 04.
Yeah, that's right there, Kevin. Standing by down here with Justin McLucas, driver of that 04 tonight that you were just speaking about there with Bando. And heck of a run tonight, Justin. When you got that last caution came out there, you had a good run going. You got tucked up behind the 33 of Bando. Kind of what was going through your mind at that point?
Oh, I was just trying to hang on with those guys. They were so fast, and I didn't actually anticipate to hold on for that long, but it was fun. Being right up there behind Bando, was trying to pressure him, but he didn't make any mistakes, and I wasn't able to get around him. But it was a long race, too. Battling back, got 3 laps down there after the pit cycle I had to drive through, and it took me about a long time to get all those laps back.
Now, kind of, one of the things I asked Dale Reynolds a little bit earlier, you got down 3 laps there at one point. I know it kind of changes your mindset on things, but after getting that lucky dog, getting back on the lead lap, did that change altogether how you drove the race then at that point?
Yeah, I'm not really running for any points or anything since I'm completely out of any, points battles or anything, so mostly my mindset was just trying my best to get back on the lead lap to get myself in a position for a win, because that's basically what I'm running for. And we just fell short today, but it was a good run for the team. It was fun.
Yeah, it looked like there towards the end. You were running right there with the top 2 cars and putting a lot of pressure on Bando and at 33. But looks like you may have. Did you catch the apron? It's kind of how it looked like from our point of view up here. But did you catch the apron there and it caused you to lose the nose of the car there, and to lose that top 2 there for a while?
Yeah, that was basically where my race. I had to just take what I was given there because it upset the front end, and I lost about a half second, and I tried to work my way back up, but by the time I got back to him, I had used all the good up in my tires, and I just had to hold on to it for those last 10 laps.
All right, well, congratulations, Justin, on a well-deserved third-place finish tonight. Drove the wheels off of it. Come home in third, very respectable position. And I understand, Kelly, you're standing by down in victory lane now with tonight's winner.
That's it. I got driver to number 3 down here, Lewis Bussa. Lewis, for once, man, I can't remember saying that you had a miscue on pit road or a speeding penalty or anything, man. It was almost the perfect race.
Yeah, finally, right? No other excitement to put into it other than just getting out there and, you know, trying to lead as many laps as I can and, you know, get to the end of it in first place.
You know, it looked like from the get-go, I mean, your car really didn't have much fall off at all. The balance looked really good on that car. We were talking about how a lot of people, we didn't think that they were expecting that long of a green flag run at the beginning. And a lot of people had probably dialed their cars in during practice for scuffs. And we went over 80 laps before we had to come in. Was that your mindset coming in? Did you think maybe we were going to have a long stretch there? Were you set up for scuffs, or was it basically your car was that good tonight?
I always set it up for both. When I'm practicing, when I'm dialing a setup in, I always set it up with stickers, because I know if I get it right with stickers, then it's going to be even better when I put scuffs on. And all I got to do is make one adjustment to it, and I mean it's basically the same adjustment I make to every track. Now, for some reason, this track we had to go a lot farther with it, but you know, because there was a couple runs there where, man, it was still really fast, but we were on ice coming from the center off. It was just, and then it started working its way to the entry of the corner too. So we were kind of fighting the car through the whole way. Luckily, caution fell like right about the time like the car started handling pretty edgy, so we were able to get in and get adjusted on it. So by the end of the race, like it went through a couple different swings where it went a little snug to a little loose. So we were able to chase it and then get it dialed up for that last 35 some odd laps we had. And after that, it was just kind of a run to the green, or run to the checkered.
Yeah, great run. I've led the most laps tonight. Congratulations on that. I think you're 9 points up on second place. Lewis, talk about how important it is to get off on a good start. We have those wild card races, we call them. You have Martinsville coming up. You have the big one at Talladega where anything can happen. You know, talk about your mindset, you know, going in this being the third race.
Hope for some good luck, and then if I can get a little bit of good luck, I've got a good bit throughout the whole year. But if I can get some good luck throughout the chase, because last year it was just disastrous. I mean, I had a 40-point lead coming into Dover last year, and I mean that got wiped away in like 2 races with you know, DCs and, you know, all kinds of other stuff happening. So if I can get just a little bit of good luck, you know, every race, I trust my skill enough to know that I can get the job done. So I mean, all I need is just some good luck and some good fortune, and got to keep that 33 behind me, and got to keep you know, Kelly Jr. and Brian Lee. Those guys are coming on strong.
That's it, man. Like I said, there's no lack of talent over here whatsoever. Lewis, great run tonight, man. You want to give a shout out to anybody?
Yeah, man. Give a shout out to Josh Biddle for sponsoring the race for his buddy Roland Nichols, the Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial, and then all the sponsors we got along here. You know, Team Speak, Start and Park, Diamond Medical, Spatial, Potomac. TV Designs for taking on the pole award, Halls on Post, Valley Sports University for sponsoring the series, and give a shout out to the wife and all the admins and everybody for helping out with the broadcast, and all the drivers, man. I mean, this isn't an easy track. I mean, the tires get chewed up here, and I thought it was a pretty good race, you know, all along. So, you know, great job to everybody.
All right, there we have it. Driver number 3, Louis Bussa, bringing it home in first place. Doug, any final thoughts?
Too many thoughts to even talk about tonight, Kelly. I mean, a lot of great racing and a lot of twists and turns for tonight. I was surprised. Drivers, you know, 150 laps into the race, 3 laps down, wind up finishing in the top 5. Guys who were running top 5 for the first 150 laps, finishing, you know, well, not finishing. It was a topsy-turvy night, but. One thing didn't change throughout the night, Kevin, and that's our points leader, still Louis Bussa, 9 points up after the third race of the chase, followed closely by Ben Bando, who is only 9 points down. Moving up into the third position, though, is Brian Lee, followed by Ben Britton in 4th. Kevin Kelly Jr. now finds himself in the 5th place position, only 49 points back. And then Frankie Samato up to 7th. Jerry Hinkle moving up into 8th. And, of course, Dale Reynolds with a good run tonight moves up into 9th place, followed by Bruce Turner rounding out our top 10 in the VSU Cup Series standings here after 3 races complete with 7 to go. So definitely some things changed out here on the track tonight, but not so much in the points. Lewis Bus is still leading the way. But tell you, a lot of good racing action went on out here tonight, and we got a lot of upcoming races here. Of course, October the 5th, we got Kansas Speedway, Charlotte Motor Speedway coming up on the 12th. And then, as you referred to, Kevin, the wild card, October the 19th, Talladega, and then followed by Martinsville on October the 26th. So all these races that you see out on the screen right now, those are all live broadcasts for us here at NuffWORLD TV. So hope you join us there. But say goodnight for myself, Douglas Sargent, Kevin Kelly up here in the booth with me, and Stephen Mahana back here in the booth, making sure bringing you all the great shots here for tonight's Roland Nichols Jr. Memorial 400 here at Dover International Speedway, presented by NuffWORLD TV. Hope to see you here next week to watch us do it all over again. Until then, see you next week, same time, same channel.